Aloha, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I play the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Thom Raley. Our scenario is titled The Cobalt Skyrunner. It was written by Matt Ryan and Noah Lloyd, and it's available on their website, Reckoning of the Dead. I'm your game master, and this is version 3 of this game. So without any further delay, let's begin our journey into the darkness. You arrived in Long Beach just last night, staying at a portside hotel. A funny thing happened when you looked out of the balcony window. You thought at first that you were seeing another hotel across the street. Then you realized the truth. There she was, a floating monster of a ship, a luxury resort on the water, filling even your peripheral vision, shining, sparkling with electric twinkling lights, the fabulous Cobalt Skyrunner. The next morning was no less impressive. She loomed up as you crossed towards the dock, 14 decks high, towering over the shops and restaurants on the street. Crowds of people in garish colors lined the docks, impatiently bleating and gibbering to one another. The ship's personnel, dressed in spotless white and gold, confirm your cabins, check your luggage, and do their best to smile and be pleasant while herding everyone on board. Excitement grips you as you walk up the gangway and into the belly of the fabulous Cobalt Skyrunner. This sure beats the cruise ship you've been on before, a city on the sea. The ship will set off tonight on what will ultimately be a 14-day cruise to the Hawaiian Islands. You needed this. A life of an author may be physically easy, but mentally it's a bitch. You and your friends meander together through the crowds. Your pre-boarding instructions send you to your muster station on deck 6 to check in. This is where you are to go in case something happens, like hitting one of those dreaded Hawaiian icebergs. Your cabins are on the 10th deck, the Iris deck, side by side with balconies. There is a knock on your door. A uniformed man with a big smile greets you. Welcome, welcome. My name is Purnadi Narottamo Putra. I am your cabin steward. I am here to assist you in your needs. If you have any questions, I can answer them. If you need something arranged, I can do it for you. Your luggage is being organized and will be brought to your cabins within the hour.
Thank you. Do you bring drinks to the room?
We can have drinks brought to your room, though you have a small drinks cabinet here with plenty of stocks.
Excellent.
We can also bring you food service. A lot of people like to have breakfast on the terrace outside their rooms. But of course, we have 12 restaurants. They serve breakfast. They serve drinks all day. You're here to enjoy yourselves.
Right. Well, Derek, I'm ready to explore. And it's noontime?
Oh, it's probably 10:30 a.m.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sun's out. This is all to get the
Hey, sunscreen,
energies.
sunscreen.
Oh, sorry. This is your trip. I want you to enjoy it. It'll be good.
Yeah, I'm trying. After publishing that last book.
No work. This is a no. We're not going to talk about work on this trip.
Okay.
Just to get all those creative, all that stuff going, make this next one a real big hit.
Absolutely.
So your rooms are on the starboard side of the ship, about midway in between the front and the back. When you step out of your cabins, a kind of illusion is sort of presented to you because the hallway literally goes all the way to the front and all the way to the back. So it looks like you're standing in an endless corridor that goes off with literally hundreds of rooms on both sides of the cause. So the ones directly in front of you, those cabins don't have windows. They're inside cabins. They're cheaper, but some people still go that way. Do you want to walk towards the front or towards the back, the fore or the aft of the ship?
Is there a promenade deck?
Yes, there is a promenade deck. In fact, there are two promenade decks, lower and upper promenade.
I feel like we should promenade on the promenade.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Get some fresh air. Let's at least enjoy the moment before we go.
At least claim a place that way other folks can't intrude in. Just like somebody at all times posting up, you know.
We'll put a towel down on some chairs.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go down just a little way. Actually, if you go either way, there will be a place where there are elevators and or stairs winding up and down. You choose to take the stairs or the elevators. The promenade is on the 13th floor. So 3 stories above you.
Yeah, 3 stories isn't bad just to walk upstairs. But then again, is everyone crowding to the elevator at the moment?
Well, because you're just now getting on, there are still a lot of people on the docks boarding. It's going to be probably a couple of hours before everybody's on board. And so right now, there's not a lot of people. There's a few people here and there. Down below on deck 6, there's a lot of people because that's the muster station. But up where you are, there's not so many people. 2 or 3 other people here and there.
The way I expect to eat and drink during the next 2 weeks, I think we should probably take the stairs once in a while.
But not right now. I'm taking the elevator.
They
Well-
talked me into it.
Yeah, let's do it.
The elevator is
Let's use
fairly
the-
large. It's mirrored on the inside. So once again, that strange sort of illusion of infinite distance in all directions is there. Everything is gold and silver and very pretty. Piped in music like you expect from an elevator. A few other people get in with you and you end up opening up onto the promenade deck. You are actually in an indoor corridor. On this level, there is a casino. There is an art gallery and various other small things like a library and some community rooms where you can play board games and so forth. But the doors leading to the outside go onto a large deck. The deck is, I'd say, about 20 feet wide, going from the body of the ship all the way to the edge. There's a railing all along, and it stretches all the way to the front and the back of the ship. You can also see there's a place marked on it by sort of a green walkway that has little stick figures of people running. So it is the jogging track that if you want to go jogging, you can jog all the way to the ship.
So we're going to be heading west, more or less due west. So for the most part, the sun's going to be south of us. So we want to be on the port side so that we don't fry ourselves for the most part. But we might as well do a turn around the whole boat and get a sense of the thing before we choose our lounge chairs.
Right. It's a beautiful boat.
Really pretty. Indeed.
So at this level, I mean, you've become very quickly aware that you're not on the top. There's still other decks above you. You can see periodically above you, there is a large lifeboat. The lifeboats can hold about 20 or 30 people. They hang above your heads, and they're one after the other. So they kind of make the roof area above your heads. There are periodically stairs going up, and there are doors going back inside. You find a few lounge chairs here and there in shady places. This whole area is shaded by the ship. It's by the upper decks. And also when you move towards the front of the ship, the railing kind of changes so that there are large plexiglass walls to protect you from the wind if the wind is blowing and the ship is moving. At the front of the ship, your path kind of goes into a tunnel that is protected by the metal of the ship and then comes out again on the other side. And similarly, if you go to the back of the ship, the same thing. There's that kind of tunnel around the back of the ship, and then you come back out. There are periodically stairs going up. There's equipment here and there. There are doors that say off limits or staff only. And of course, there are the what are they? The circles.
Portals.
The life preservers here and there on the ship. You find a map on the wall of the ship. Right above you is the upper promenade. Then there's a sports deck, then the Lido where the swimming pools are, and then the sun deck above that where people all can lay stretched out in the sun. Down below you, there's one deck that's the main deck, and then below that are various named decks where it's mostly rooms. And on either end, there's a theater, there's an IMAX, there's all sorts of things going on the ship. There's a slight breeze blowing, but it's clear and it's sunny and it's beautiful. What would you guys like to do?
Well, I'm pretty overwhelmed with options here, but
You guys might be getting a little hungry too.
I would like to go swimming at some point.
I could check out the sun deck at some point.
I guess we'll do a general tour and then it'll be time for lunch.
Okay.
We'll know where everything is. I'm curious to see what the other passengers look like. Obviously, I'm already thinking about how to get away with murder on one of these things. There's a pretty decent Columbo on a cruise ship, but I'm sure I could do better.
Everybody do spot hiddens.
Regular success.
Ooh, yeah, regular success.
Well, Stephen probably notices anyway, but there are those little black surveillance bubbles in the ceiling all over the place.
Right.
So, I mean, not all over the place like in a casino, but they can pretty much see everything that's going on in the ship.
Yeah, that's an impediment for sure. Crime has gotten a lot harder, crime writing too, now that we live in a 24-hour surveillance state.
So on your way, exploring the ship, you discover a couple of things. There are a lot of little cubbies, you could call them, where there's stairs or there's a little hallway, a little narrow hallway that suddenly leads to a lounge or a discotheque or a bar or a restaurant. They're all over the place. But for the most part, in the center of the ship, it's like being in a mall. There's shops. There's right in the dead center of the ship on the main deck, a big atrium with a chandelier hanging and a place where there's a piano and a piano bar and a Starbucks coffee. And there's also to either side, there's excursions, where you can sign up for excursions. There's the basic, like you'd find in a hotel, the concierge desk where they can take care of problems you're having on the ship. Things like that. They're all available. As you move your way up the ship, you encounter multiple restaurants. A couple of them, the Forest Cafe is basically a gigantic all-you-can-eat smorgasbord style, cafeteria style of just about anything you can think of. That one's open most of the time. There's fancy Irish bars that are open 24 hours if you want to get fish and chips in the middle of the night. And when you finally get up to the Lido, there is a large pool in the center. It's not as big as you thought that it would be. Swimming pools have a problem on board big cruise ships. They weigh a lot. The water is very heavy. So they're usually deep in the middle, and then at the edge, they're pretty thin. So, maybe a foot or two of water for most of the pool on either side, and then it dips down in the center. but it's a place you can sit in the water and get cool. There's 4 large jacuzzis on either side that can hold about 10 people each. And people are already starting to climb in. And of course, there are deck chairs all along either side. And then the deck above you, it's open to the sky. That's the sun deck. That's all chairs going all the way around. There are also sports things. There is a climbing wall. There is a skydiving simulator. There is a golf course that runs around the ship. There's rope courses. There's a place where it's called a skywalk, where the ground under your feet goes out around the ship, and it's got glass floors so that you're hanging over the ship. There's a lot to do. And now there's more people coming. People are starting to drink. They're already starting to party. Music is playing. And the only thing that interrupts that mood is every once in a while, an announcement comes over the big loudspeakers that says, we still have 172 guests that have not checked in at their muster stations. Please, if you haven't checked in at your muster station, you have to go to your muster station. The ship will not leave port unless everyone is checked in at the muster station.
I guess we better get some mustard.
That's what it does sound like.
And then we can choose a place to eat. I feel like an inaugural meal, maybe we're on our way to Hawaii, maybe something Asian. There a Thai restaurant?
Oh, maybe some fusion restaurants.
There is the Full Moon Cafe. Yeah, they're Asian fusion.
All right.
We can throw a luau while we're going there.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
So how long do you suppose this mustering takes?
Well, the majority of the guests are already all around here now. So,
do you all know what muster is? Muster is where you have to. Nowadays they do it completely differently. They used to do it where they gather all of the passengers together, make them put on their water. What are they called? Their life
Water
jackets,
wings.
and know where their boat was. Now you do it online, but you have to go to the muster station and show them that you watched the video, and then they click your name off and you can go. So some people just go party and they don't go to the damn muster station, and so the ship can't leave unless everybody has been clued in as to where their boat is and where their escape is if something goes wrong.
all right, well, let's get going and get the show on the road.
So as you are making your way towards the Full Moon Cafe, a gentleman.
Is this post muster?
Yeah, you did that first thing when you came.
Oh, okay.
You were smart about it. As you're heading towards the Full Moon Cafe, there are a number of officers that are standing amidst the crowd, and they are handing out little things that people are quickly filling out. One of them approaches you and he says, good morning. He says, we're very glad to have you. Would you like to enter to have a meal with the captain?
Of course, this is a wonderful vessel. What's the capacity? How many people are on board?
Our current capacity is 4,260 passengers on 11 decks, and our crew complement is 1,217.
Wow. I've got an idea for a story that I could probably pitch.
You're all here together as a group?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so he marks something on the thing that he hands you. And he says, yeah, fill this out and there will be a drawing. And I believe this one is for breakfast tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
All
All
right.
right. So you fill that out and then you're on your way to the Full Moon Cafe.
Murder at the captain's table. Sorry.
It's Asian fusion. It's delicious. You have alcohol, you have music going on. There's somebody playing a piano. And you begin to have a very nice time. About an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half later, you've walked around some more. You decide you'd like to, somebody needs to get something out of a bag. When you first arrived at the port, they took all of your bags. Now, as you make your way back to your room, the hallway is kind of filled with luggage. There's luggage in front of people's doors. And as you get to your door, in fact, your suitcases and everything are there waiting for you. I figure they do this because the idea of people walking around with their suitcases and bashing into the furniture and the walls is probably something they want to avoid. So you get your stuff, and we'll say it's around noon now. Your balcony is lovely. There's 2 chairs and a little table. It's open air. You can look down. You're 10 stories above the water. You have right now a spectacular view of Long Beach. You can see the Queen Mary off in the distance and Spruce Goose. And, the strange, odd towers sticking up out of the water, which are decorated oil wells. Yeah.
Does Maddie's in my room? Does our balcony directly connect to Derek and Robin, or are they divided?
Yeah, all the rooms are divided, but you're just by a couple of feet outside the door.
Oh, we can actually scream at each other.
Yeah,
but we can't play cards.
And your steward comes. He's like, if there's anything that you need, I brought you some fresh water. He brings you bottled water. He explains to you something a little delicate, but it's something that we run into on every cruise line. And that is that your balcony is not quite as private as you might think that it is. It has partitions between the balconies, but, and of course, when you were at sea, nobody can see you. But some people like to express themselves in ways that should not be inappropriate, but be aware that you might be seen.
Duly noted.
Could I actually get a extension cable for my CPAP machine?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And could I get a drink with at least 2 umbrellas in it? All of them, just all that you can fit, really.
2 umbrellas. Oh, you've only been here a few hours and you're already at 2 umbrellas.
Yes, call that a head start.
We have a Cobalt Skyrunner special. I'll bring that to you.
That sounds perfect.
Is it blue?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take the Cobalt special. Sounds like a.
So very cheerfully, he goes off to get you those things. He at some point he's told you that you may just call him Pranati. Because that last name, Narathamaputra, is a little bit long. He is from Jakarta, Jamaica. I'm sorry, Jakarta, Java. Indonesia.
Indonesia, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just, because Maddie being an investigative journalist, like I wonder what deeds these people are up to, since the balconies are not as private as they seem. That's gonna be very fun. I have my camera ready just in case if I find something. But I'm not working, but still.
I think you'll hear it first.
There are cases of people actually getting into legal trouble because they were having sex on their balcony in port, and the people from the mainland could see them, and it was indecent. Some of the islands are very strict about decency. So yeah, be careful.
You put a lot of people in a boat with a lot of booze, and you expect some of them not to get naked. It's just folly.
Yeah, it's strange.
I'm thinking, so you smuggle a drone with cameras on it on board, and then you do a tour of the balconies every few hours, and then you have blackmail material for a year.
Oh yeah.
Sure,
That
if you need
sounds
a
like a good
second
way.
career.
Yeah, it sounds like a good way to get sued.
Well, again, I'm thinking of reasons for somebody to get knocked off while aboard ship.
What
Maddie's
about
just
do it?
taking notes.
From your watching videos and stuff before you actually took this trip, maybe from previous ones, you know that falling overboard during the middle of the voyage is usually fatal. There's just no way for the ship to turn around and get back to you before you're completely lost from view. But ideally, you could run along the side of the ship and try to keep your eye on the person and throw them a ring.
Life preserver, yeah.
And hopefully, the waters are fairly warm out here in the South Pacific. Hopefully, somebody will see them, but it's not very good chances.
And contrary-wise, if you were to bop somebody on the head at night and dump them off of the balcony, then the body, when found, would probably show no indication of the previous assault.
If it's ever found.
If it's ever found.
I'm glad I'm not rooming with you.
I get it all out in fiction.
Ah,
Personally, I'm quite mild-mannered.
But it's also good to know that such an event on a cruise ship will most likely ruin everybody's trip on this cruise ship, because the cruise ship won't just keep going. They have an obligation to stay and try to find them and call in other cruise ships from the neighborhood and try to find them. All right. So sometime that evening, maybe you're eating somewhere else. Maybe you've gone to see a show. Well, not a show, but you're eating somewhere else. You're in a lounge. You're drinking. You're meeting new people, new friends on board the ship, just casually talking to you and talking back. A steward, not Bernardi, he notices you and he comes over to where you're standing. And he asks, are you Robin Sy, Maddie Marvinelli, Derek Matters, and Stephen Stansfield?
yes.
We are.
He
Yes.
says, I'm glad to inform you that you have won breakfast with the captain tomorrow morning, Captain Barclay.
All right.
Ooh.
That was fast.
Lucky us.
And he hands you guys tickets for that. The ticket explains that you will be having breakfast with Captain Regina Barclay and First Officer Lena Cleese in the Valkyrie, which is one of the fancier restaurants. Breakfast at 8 a.m.
Ooh, sounds very fancy. I guess I can't drink as much tonight because of breakfast in the morning.
You can still drink a little.
Yeah.
We might just have to start drinking earlier and harder that way.
Well, the secret to never getting hungover is to never stop drinking. Just keep it going, keep it going. You just got to find a new homeostasis, like 0.05 BAC.
Then that's not hard to do. And it's party all the time when you're there. But of course, it also wears on you. You know, after a few hours of partying, you do feel like just sitting down and resting.
I brought a lot to read as well.
And I'd say around 6 p.m., there is an announcement made over the PA system. For those of you who are interested in our launch of the ship, we will be departing in 15 minutes from the docks. We will have a big celebration party on the Lido deck around the pools for our departure.
All right, I'm gonna change into shorts, swimming shorts, because I want to attend that.
Yeah, I'll get my one-piece swimsuit ready.
Okay. You all change, you get ready. You go up there. There's a lot of people. People are in the pool. People are in the jacuzzis. And right about 15 minutes starts to go by, and the music suddenly pumps up. There's entertainment that comes down on. There's kind of a stage at one end of the pool. They start dancing and they start announcing, introducing you to members of the staff, the people there. And then there is the horn is honked a couple of times, and without really even feeling it, you begin to notice all of the buildings in Long Beach start to move. And it's almost imperceptible, but once it starts moving, they start moving pretty fast. And the ship is underway. But this thing is huge with gigantic stabilizers. You don't feel anything.
That's crazy. Well, there's Shoreline Village just passing, and Queen Mary.
Yeah, I'm just glad we're not rocking up and down. I'd be throwing up in a fetal position.
Do you get seasick easy?
Every time I've been on a smaller boat than this, yes.
Oh, hope you got it.
Well, and you probably bought plenty of Dramamine and stuff like that just in case. You also chose very wisely. Your midship cabins are the best cabins for if you have seasickness, because it's the ends of the ship that rock up and down more than the center of it does. The music
more
starts,
like a floating skyscraper than a ship to me.
The music ramps up, people start dancing, there's people in the pool, and it's a big celebration. As slowly you go out to sea, you see the land moving away from you. You see the sun dipping down into the sky, and a beautiful, spectacular sunset as your ship drives off into the unknown. No, the well-known.
Man, haven't been this relaxed in a matter of months. This is going to be great.
Yeah.
All right. So you spend that evening having a lot of fun, making friends, dancing, drinking. Eventually you turn in for the night. You find when you get back to your rooms, your beds have been turned down. There are fresh towels, which are usually sculpted into little animals. And the luxury level is extremely high. You guys you've paid the package, so you don't really have to pay for anything. Tips are included. You don't have to worry about money at all. Did you guys want to do anything before you go to bed that you haven't already done?
The casino, is that just slot machines, or is that live card games, or what's going on?
It's a full casino. There are lots of slot machines, but there are also tables with cards and roulette, and it's just like any other Las Vegas casino, minus the fact that it's smaller.
Right. Well, I guess since we have a breakfast date of honor at 8 a.m, I will hold off on my poker urges until tomorrow evening.
You sure, Steven? I'll join you. I'll mostly be at the bar, but I'll join you.
Maybe if I set a betting limit, we can.
Yeah, you'll set a betting limit.
All right. What the hell? If I'm yawning in front of the captain, she'll forgive me. I'm sure she's used to it.
I would like the two of you to do spot hidden rolls, if that's what you're going to do.
That is a hard success.
24 out of 25.
Okay. So you've been on the ship less than 24 hours, and you begin to notice, like a supermarket, it's laid out in a certain way that sort of forces you to walk through the casino, through the art gallery, through the shops that they're selling stuff every time you want to go somewhere. It's like it's at the front of the ship, the back of the ship. So you've already been through the casino once and seen it. It's also designed very much that there's no straight line through the casino, that you have to kind of meander through it, hopefully to get you hooked and doing something. But just prior to getting to the casino, you have to walk through their little art gallery. And their art gallery, they're going to have an auction tomorrow in the afternoon of some art. Most of it is schlocky. Most of it is, big-eyed children balancing beach balls and stuff that you really wouldn't want on your wall. Some of it is better. Some of it is kind of pseudo-spiritual stuff with swirls and unicorns and stuff like that. And there's a little bit of it that's kind of good, but it's kind of weird, kind of a little too avant-garde for what you would ever want in your house. And the prices on everything, the normal retail prices, all seem a little bit outrageous, And why would you buy art on a cruise ship anyway? Truth is, that if you buy the art there, they're going to ship it to you, and it's probably not even going to be the exact art that you see here. It's going to be a copy of it. But they have that as well. Why don't you both do luck rolls? Robin, are you going to be gambling?
I am just sitting at the bar, drinking Coronas with lime.
Okay.
Hey, I was successful luck roll, regular.
Okay. So you win yourself a couple of $100.
All right.
Thing. Maddie and Derek, were you guys just going to go to bed or sit on your balcony or drink some coffee or what?
Well, I'm thinking that Maddie's gonna take her phone and just take pictures of people, capture the energy that's been going on, since it's the very celebratory a party and whatnot, capturing the moment within the ship.
After being pretty partied out, I think Derek is going to have a drink with a few more umbrellas in it, just sitting out on the little balcony doing crossword puzzles with just a little bit of light, like anyone should do on a vacation, enjoying the scenic view of Sudoku and little check boxes.
In the process, you find out too that there are events that take place on board the ship all day long, constantly, and there are things like margarita tasting, and trivia games where people sit in the little theater during the day and they do trivia questions and all sorts of fun stuff like that. Crossword puzzles. There is a crossword puzzle club on the ship, and the library gives out new crossword puzzles every day that you're there. So if you like crossword puzzles, it's pretty good.
He is definitely going to be spending all of his time in there and none of it enjoying the beach or the cruise view.
All right. So eventually you all wind down. You come back a little happy, a little drunk, a little richer than you were before. You go to sleep. It's warm enough that you could leave your cabin, your window, your balcony door open, but it's kind of discouraged because the ship does have air conditioning, and it costs more if your door is open, and they're losing the air conditioning. But it is also nice to sit out on that balcony at night and watch the stars in the sky and the ocean. You can see distant other ships on the ocean. There's fucking Disney cruises over there with their stupid fucking ship. And you can see that over there. And they're way off, but at night you can see the lights on the horizons. It's a crescent moon that's come up. So it looks very much like, is it Diana with her bow and arrow shooting towards Orion. But it's peaceful and it's lovely, and the sound of the ocean going by is very hypnotic and quiet, and your beds are nice and soft. They're comfortable. You can push them together or move them apart, however you want. And you find yourself very quickly falling asleep. Next morning comes, and you wake up feeling pretty good. There are showers, and the showers have got good pressure. They're good pressure on the showers. So you guys get cleaned up, you get ready, and you're going to go at 8 o'clock to breakfast.
How formal do you suppose breakfast with the captain is, Maddie? Am I putting on a tie?
I don't know. It doesn't say it's
It probably says on your ticket, business casual.
Oh, so business casual going through my wardrobe. I guess maybe this top and I don't know, skirt will be fine, or shorts.
You were aware too that there are some of the restaurants on board the ship, like the steakhouse, that are business casual. You're not supposed to wear swim trunks, and you're not supposed to wear, torn up blue jeans or things like that, or t-shirts.
All right, tie it is.
Yep, I got this blouse, skirt, no makeup. Let's go.
All right. So you get to the table. You're greeted. The captain, Captain Regina Barkley, is a woman. She looks like she's maybe in her either early 50s or very late 40s. She's got blonde hair. She's not very tall. She's maybe 5'6". She's in her gold and white uniform. She's got a big smile on her face. She greets you. Welcome. Please have a seat. This is my first officer, Lena Cleese. Dressed very similarly, except the stripes and stuff are different. And my chief navigator, Sydney Long. Welcome. So you all sit down, and traditionally, in this case, breakfast is served to you, so you don't really order. They'll bring you what's on the captain's menu. So she asks. She says, "Well, I'm so glad to have had you here. You're all authors. How very unusual."
Yeah, we're taking a nice vacation.
We often travel in packs.
What sort of things have you written? I'm sorry, Mr. Sai, you do look familiar. I may have read something that you wrote once.
Right. Yes, I've written a number of true crime novels. Saturnine Chalice, about Robert Maudsley, one of Britain's longest-serving prisoners. I've wrote Judgment. That one's about the Zodiac killer. And then Firebreak, which is about the Empress Hotel fire up in Canada.
Yes. And I believe I know Miss Marinelli's name from. Did you write that piece for the New Yorker?
Oh yeah, I've written an article about Bob Goldstein, one of the Hollywood execs doing their devious crimes towards women. Of course, I was the one who broke it. It took them a while to convince them that something is happening, but finally they started listening to me. So that's what I did not too long ago.
And
if you saw the terrible movie they made of my novel, The Key Turner, I disavowed it well early in the production. There's no way that Alex Cox should have been played like that or by her. But, I think I put a down payment on a house with the money. So that's the break sometimes.
I'd heard that, oddly enough, Johnny Depp was up for that role.
Yeah, they didn't understand the idea of a female detective, for one thing. It was a real mess. But Richard Gere wanted to do it, so it went through.
And you, Mr. Matthews, it says here you're an editor.
Yes, I don't do any writing myself. I just make sure Robin dots all the T's, crosses the I's, stuff like that.
Oh, so you're Mr. Size editor.
Oh, with other clients, yes. Yeah, just making sure begging work from home, a new definition.
Well, let's get started. I believe they're bringing our food out now. And of course, whatever it is, delicious. Eggs and mushrooms and stuff like that. About 15 minutes or so into the meal, you recognize that same steward that you saw that gave you guys the tickets. He appears at the door and stands there for a moment, and you see the captain look up at him and wave him in. He comes over and he whispers something in the captain's ear. And for a moment, the captain looks very concerned. And he looks at you and he says, I'm going to have to apologize. There's a bit of a problem. I'm going to have to leave you at this point. I'm very sorry. Normally I stay. I'll leave Lena here with you. She can take over my place. And she gets up, and as she sort of is moving with the steward, would you guys do a listen roll?
Yes, spend 4 points, make it an extreme.
Okay. Yes, you can. With an extreme, you hear the captain say to the steward something along the lines of, well, how long has she been dead? And he says, what, or she says, what do you mean? And it sounds like foul play. And the only other thing you hear is, where is Alpha? Off they go. And then Officer Lena Cleese, she attempts to kind of lighten the mood at that point.
So, Lena, how long have you been serving with the captain?
Oh, we've been together off and on various ships for a dozen years at least.
Did you start in the military? Is that how one finds oneself in this sort of industry?
No, we both were in college together, and we went into the hospitality industry at first, which had a lot to do with hotel management, and then it just became a matter of training. These kind of ships, there's only so much training you can have before experience takes over. The captain was the captain of various smaller vessels, and her reputation became good enough to where she was offered this ship.
Seems like a pretty plum position.
Well, it's not unlike the Navy. People move up in rank in a very naval sort of merit-based, but it's not quite as I don't know how to say it, not monastic, monetary, as you might think. The captain only makes about $80,000 a year, which is modest, but the accommodations are fantastic for,
Right. And you're not paying rent when you're on the water, and you're
And it's-
basically in a hotel.
and it's her ship. Yeah, she's in charge.
Got
So-
any funny stories while you two have been in service for over like for that many years? Like any funny occurrences?
Oh,
Like
too many to
plenty?
even, fortunately none that involved, YouTube videos. But
Oh, that's good.
I mean, there's always little things.
Yes, we had the warning about the not fooling around on the patio balconies. Has there been any fun stories or shenanigans behind that to just necessitate such a warning?
Well, we warn because it does happen, and it happens almost every cruise. And you get away with it fine, as long as you don't have a nosy neighbor who's peeking at you, or you don't realize that the deck above can see you, which a lot of people don't realize that fellow leaning over the deck can look right down into your balcony area. I mean, as long as you're within the confines of your cabin, you pretty much can't be seen unless you're on a boat out at sea with binoculars. But in port, that's another story entirely. There's often a hotel directly across from you looking at you right inside,
So is there a cruise ship equivalent of the hotel detective?
We have a security team. Our security man is our security woman is Elfa Olafsdottir. She's from Iceland.
Hmm.
You'll know her when you see her. She is a big woman, built like a mountain. I wouldn't want to cross her.
Did you ever had a death occur during any of your cruises before?
Well, we don't usually like to talk about it, but it's not uncommon. There is a morgue on board. We do occasionally get a lot of old people and people, we have 4,260 people.
Yeah.
People who
Statistically,
die.
that's yeah.
Yeah. And it's usually coded. There are, I'm getting into telling you that, and I
Oh,
can't
please
remember what
continue.
I can't remember what my character can remember, but Thom can't remember what the codes are. But they'll announce certain things over the intercoms in code.
So if I hear clean up on aisle 6, I'll know that
Something like that.
The only one that I
joking
know is
about.
Code Brown, so I'm always on the lookout for that one. But
We're having breakfast.
so what? I'm funny.
I'm just eating breakfast while he says code.
Once again, that same steward shows up at the door, and the first officer looks over at him, and then back at you and says, I have to excuse myself also. Apparently there's something going on.
apparently.
Well, I thought my job was funny.
But she no sooner gets up, she gets over to the steward, and he starts to say something to her. And the captain comes up behind the steward, and there's like a little sort of a discussion for a moment. And the captain comes back in. I'm sorry to once again disturb your breakfast. We have a situation. I'd like to ask, are you able to be discreet? Something that I'd like to tell you, but I can't have you telling anyone else, at least not until after we arrive.
Certainly.
Of course.
There has been a what looks like a murder on board the ship.
Oh.
And this is just our first leaving of port. You realize that there's a reputation the ship has. I really don't think that I should turn and go back to Long Beach at this point. But we need to solve this before we reach Hawaii. and apprehend whoever the murderer is. Because we don't want the murderer getting off the ship.
Quite.
How
Is
long
there
until
any?
Hawaii?
This is our first. Last night was our first night. It's going to be 3 more nights before we get there. We should arrive on the morning of the 5th day of the trip.
Is there any concern that the killer might do someone else in?
Well, who knows? I mean, you probably have better statistics on what killers might do.
Will you let us see the crime scene then? And was it disturbed?
And the body.
In a way, yes. I mean, we can explain what had happened. And she's, please come with me. So once you are out of the restaurant, you go down into the elevator, and you're emerging in an area that normally passengers would not be walking around. So you do see occasionally other officers. By the way, when you're walking around, you see officers all over the place. They're all dressed in their uniforms. You all recognize them that way. So now you're in one of the service areas. And she says, this service area leads up and down the ship, and it's often used by passengers. We're actually on deck 6 right now. What happened was, what they tell me what happened was, is one of our workers from Miss Sylvia Goldberg, who works at the restaurant. She works at Windjammers. She left work about 11 o'clock last night, left her shift. She went to the stairwell, and she descended. She got as far as she got as far as 6, and she must have been assaulted. Our ship's doctor can explain more when we get there. And you find yourself opening up into what looks like a small hospital area. And
Sorry, what deck was Windjammer's restaurant on? How far did she go?
Windjammers is all the way up on 14.
Okay.
So you go in and you are introduced to the doctor, Dr. Hank Thomas. He's chief medical on board the ship. And he takes you in to their little morgue area. And it's fairly small. They can accommodate maybe 4 bodies total before they have to find something else to do. He says she was stabbed 4 times from what we can see, and her body was stuffed underneath the stairwell. From all morning. I mean, most Windjammers is not open all 24 hours, but that stairwell is used continually 24 hours by employees, by maintenance people, and so forth. But most of their congress is between 10 and 14. So nobody walked by the body. Well, some people walked by. I'm sorry, I do have statistics. About 40 people may have walked past her body. It was stuffed underneath the stairwell, and nobody noticed it until about 8:15 this morning, at which time they came and got me and told me that something had happened. So you're there with the doctor.
Dr. Thomas, do you have a sense of what she was stabbed with?
It looks like she was just stabbed with a common butcher knife, something that anyone could have gotten from any of the kitchens.
Which would mean that the killer had prepared by bringing something that could clean up. I mean, she must have bled substantially when
Yes,
attacked.
there was quite a lot of blood. They had kind of tried to throw a tarp and that's why nobody really noticed as they went by.
Did it seem hasty? Were there wounds on her arms or just in one fatal area?
They
Did
were
it look
on
like she
her-
was jumped or surprised?
They were actually on her back. But there is something more disturbing. I thought at first it was because she had bumped her head on something. But, well, here, let me show you. And he opens up one of the morgue boxes and he pulls her out. It's covered in a sheet. And he looks nervously towards Maddie at first because she's a woman. But he pulls it back. And you can see very clearly that this woman has been branded on the forehead post-mortem.
Wow, you need something hot for that.
I'm drawing down this symbol in like a notepad, man. Like, that's a weird looking branding. Almost looks like an off button at the middle.
Huh. All right, a little bit of astrological feel too, possibly something alchemical, but I don't recognize it.
Let's stick to hard science here. I'd like to determine time of death using their eye condition, their skin condition, blood pooling. I've got some forensic skill.
Well, at this point, another woman shows up. And you can guess as she approaches that this is the Icelander, because she is a large woman, almost 6 foot tall, maybe a little taller than 6 foot. She's got broad shoulders. She's very well built, muscular, blonde as blonde can be. She comes up and she says, I am Alpha. I am the security lead, and we are doing this investigation. The captain has asked you to assist. I'm the one in charge.
Yeah, Ms. Olaf's daughter, is it?
Olaf's daughter, yeah, that's my last name.
The mark on the forehead.
It was done with something red hot. It has burned completely into the flesh. The size would indicate that it's about, like 2.5 centimeters high.
Was there any sign of any indication of something that could have produced that sort of heat in the vicinity? You'd need a blowtorch to heat a brand that hot. You couldn't use a candle or anything.
Yeah, we can't figure it out. We thought maybe she had hit her head on the edge of the railing, but it's not the same thing.
No, the flesh looked singed, right?
There are a few places on board the ship where there might be something so hot, a heating element in the kitchen, parts of the engine down below.
They probably have blowtorches for like creme brulee and things too. I imagine the kitchen has small blowtorches, but this means if the killer has this, this stamp,
This brand.
yeah, that on their person, they'll be easily identified.
Well, the last person to see her alive was Joey Grillian, who's also an employee at the restaurant. He has explained that he spoke with her about 11:07, shortly after her shift ended. And that he says then she left and she entered the stairwell, and that was the last anyone saw of her.
How about the security cameras?
The security cameras at the top of the stairwell can see down, but there's a moment when she's sort of out of view. The security cameras there are positioned such that anyone entering or leaving the stairwell should be seen no matter what level. But in this case, there were too many people coming and going, and no way to identify whoever did this. No incident has been seen on the cameras. They must have chosen a blind spot.
So presumably also a crew member.
It's possible, unless somebody just got lucky.
Did Miss Goldberg have any, is there any knowledge of any intimate relationships? I mean, I'm sure they have shipboard romance quite often.
Possibly, we don't know that for sure. We don't police our employees on that sort of thing. They're told not to, that they shouldn't be fraternizing with the paying guests, but it does happen.
Sure. And you don't have any idea at all about what that mark could suggest. You haven't seen it before, I
It's
assume.
just meaningless. I looked everywhere to see if I could find something like it. I thought maybe on the bottom of a frying pan could be some sort of maker's mark, but it's too big, and it's they're nothing like that. So we are pretty sure that she was killed between about 11:07 and perhaps 11:30.
What I suppose the staff all have rooms below decks.
That is correct. Yes.
Did Miss Goldberg have? Was she sharing a cabin, or did she live alone?
I believe all the cabins. I'm not sure about this. I think all the cabins are bunks. So yeah, she would have had probably 3 other bunk mates in the room.
But nobody there noticed that she didn't come in.
Right. Well, they may have noticed, but they didn't think anything of it, you know. After they get off their shifts, they have their own whole ship within a ship, so to speak. They have their own dining areas. They have their own swimming pool and their own jacuzzis. So they might have just figured she was out there, their own bar.
Yeah, a lot of people who work in food service go out after their shift. Oh. Maddie, got anything?
I'm just honestly more intrigued by that symbol, but I'm thinking more logically we should, because it sounds like the person must know the ways around the ship.
Yeah.
I'm really thinking it's leading through a crew member, but then again, as Alpha, you did say that they could just be lucky to find a blind spot.
Yeah, it's not if as employees, if we find a non-employee behind the doors, then we tell them immediately to leave. But the passengers do occasionally accidentally find areas they're not supposed to be in.
Yeah.
So
would
you
you
did-
allow? Oh,
Go ahead. No, you.
Would you allow me to look at the body?
Please.
I'm going to see if there's any signs of struggle, skin under the fingernails.
Okay. Do a spot hidden.
I have forensics.
Or
in fact.
forensics. Yeah, do
Yeah.
forensics.
That is a 62 out of 70.
Your best forensics, you don't think there was much of a struggle, except after she was stabbed. There might have been a struggle. You think from contusions that she may have been grabbed around the neck from behind and stabbed. And from the depth of the burn on one side more than the other, that the brand may have been reached around and pushed in, not evenly, but slightly to the side, because one edge of the brand is deeper than the other side.
So the brand wasn't applied post-mortem. It was
Well,
like during the act.
Yeah, either that or as if the person was dead, then it was for some reason applied crooked.
I'll share this information. Yeah. Look at that.
Interesting. Oh,
But does that is the implication that the assailant had a hot brand on them when they came down the stairs behind her?
Yes, seems like it.
like ready?
For it to stay hot, though, she already went down almost 10 flights of stairs. She was found on 6, started at 14.
I wonder if it's someone who knows her shift.
Yes, maybe it was premeditated.
A lot
they
of the
were-
chefs in that restaurant end at 11. So
Somebody could have been waiting at 7 for whoever came down next.
And have a blowtorch from the kitchen just
Yeah, but why? Why the branding? It's one thing to kill someone, but then this brand?
I mean, it would seem that they want us to think that there's some ritual component involved, but that's probably to throw us off the fact that it's an ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend or somebody that owed her money.
I
And
should
also
also
being-
explain
sorry.
that the captain's left. The captain brought you there, but the captain's got captain duties. She was upset that this has happened, but solve it, please.
an indication that she's been stabbed in the back. Let's see. Well, it's very cowardly, obviously. It's premeditated and whatnot, trying to catch a woman up when she's most vulnerable, going down the stairs like that.
I think that we'll have to look at the crime scene itself. Alpha, would you be able to give us some kind of passport or keychain that allows us to go behind the scenes? You're muted.
Yeah, I will make special badges for you.
Okay.
And I do
Much
understand. I understand if this may be asking a bit much, Alpha, but would it be possible for me to take a look at the security cameras around, or the footage taken from the entrances to these stairwells?
Yeah.
It sounds like there's not a lot of traffic from floors 10 down. That seems to be area number 1 to keep an eye out.
Yeah, that's more the crew area. You'll find it, at the end of shifts and the beginning of shifts, there'll be a few people going up and down, but the rest of the time, it's not much down there.
So I think I would like to review the security camera footage before the 11 p.m. shift took off. That if someone was going to be in there, presumably less for an hour or so.
Why don't you all come with me and I'll show you where the security room is. And then we'll go look at the place where the murder took place. So she takes you towards the front of the ship. She explains that the bridge is above us right now, and this is the security is directly below that. There is a connecting stairwell going between the two inside the bridge. She takes you down there, and it's pretty laid out like the top high-tech security. There are cameras all along. I mean, there are screens all along like this. There are a couple of comfy chairs. There are little joysticks where they can move the cameras so that they can look around, and it's all recorded. But there's a lot, and she points out usually it takes a keen eye, somebody sitting here, to notice something's gone wrong, but it's mostly in areas, it covers almost the whole ship, but there are areas that are especially watched, like the sides of the ship, to see if somebody falls overboard, or somebody's injured, or if there's a sign of fire, or a place, anything that could be dangerous. Long straight walks down corridors won't have 20 cameras. They'll have one at one end and one at the other. And the stairway is the same. The industrial stairways that way, they've got them towards the top and towards the bottom, but not at every 10 feet. So she sits you down. Please have a seat here. She seems like a rather intelligent, nice, but straight to the point woman. And she begins to review the tapes or the recordings. And she shows you kind of how to do it. There's actually a trackball that you can use to go forward and backward. So if you'd like, I can leave you to it if you want to do this, and the rest of you wanted to see the place where it happened.
Yeah, I'd like to see the scene of the crime.
Same.
Okay. And Derek, she's going to leave you there. There's other security people there.
Okay.
You can ask questions if you need to. All right. So while Derek's doing that, she takes you to the scene of the crime. She takes you to Windjammers, which is a nice restaurant. You've seen it from the outside, but you haven't gone inside yet. Looks like a cool place to eat. It's a steakhouse, so it's a higher end than Garden Cafe. She would have gotten off her shift here. She would have hung up her waitress's outfit here, and she would have come through this door. This is where she had the discussion with Joy Grillian for a few moments, and then she went in this stairwell. She opens up the door to the stairwell.
How long has Sylvia Goldberg been an employee of the line?
I believe she's been here for 4 years.
How about Joey Grillian?
I can look that up if you'd like.
Since he's the last person, we'd be curious to see.
Would you like me to round him up for you?
Perhaps after we have a look at it. I don't imagine that he has a lot to tell us, honestly.
Do all the employees know about this incident?
No. We try to keep these things under wraps as best we can. And our employees know that you don't go talking about any of this, especially in front of passengers. So she takes you down the stairway, and it's not a really pretty stairwell.
Gunmetal gray?
Yeah, kind of. And it's kind of actually a beige color. It's well lit going down. And you do notice that, if you were on level 10, let's say, looking down the center of the stairwell, you might be able to see something going on, but most likely you wouldn't bother to notice, because the stairs make noise. And even when you're in here, you're not alone. There are people going on shift. There are people going up and down the stairs. Somebody struggling down around 8 or 6, you might not notice that it was going on.
But probably very little in the way of a hiding place either.
Correct.
So there's no alternative entrances or exits like maintenance hatches or ventilation?
No, but it does go all the way down to like 2.
And each floor has an entrance?
Each floor has an entrance.
And those are doors without windows?
Yes, they're doors without windows.
And they say crew only on the public side?
Right. And a lot of them don't have a public side.
Right.
This one, in fact, is not really public side either. It's inside the restaurant part that passengers would never see anyway.
It almost sounds like she would have had to have walked past her assailant on the stairs. Maybe somebody was going up. And then
possibly a number of people could have walked by.
Since there was no struggle, she must have known her assailant then. Or
it was just somebody who passed on the stairs and then instead of continuing up, turned around, grabbed her.
Right.
And did the deed, which again would mean that the brand had to be post-mortem, or at least after she was down. Yeah, is there any, did you find any after the fact, any of the blood that must have occurred when
Oh
she
yes,
was?
yeah. There was quite a lot of blood. The most that showed though was a kind of a smear, and the person had thrown a top over the body and shoved it under the stairwell, underneath the stairs. So there was a smear of blood, but it would have been brown by the time most people noticed it, so they wouldn't have thought that it was blood. They probably wouldn't have thought that it was anything at all. They would have just kept going.
Is there,
Perhaps oil.
are there areas here that like have tarps around them so that it could be grabbed impromptu, or was that brought in as well?
It's very likely that it was something that was already here. There are occasionally things that people leave in here, fire extinguishers and things like that. The under the stairs can be kind of a little bit of a storage area wherever it is. But at this point, it's already been cleaned up. It's been photographed, but at the same time, the way the ship runs, anything that happens like this, they need to clean it up, because the ship just can't stop.
Can we look at the photographs?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she shows them to you.
Oh, okay. Going through to see if there's anything that points out or sticks out to her in a way in the photographs.
Do a spot hidden roll.
Any splatter patterns?
You can do a spot hidden roll too.
Forensics?
Do forensics roll.
That is a hard success.
Okay.
I rolled exactly a 70 on 70.
Okay. So Maddie is looking at the photograph. There's 4 or 5, maybe more. Maybe there's a dozen photographs that she took. As you're looking, you notice an anomaly on the floor where the smear was in the blood. And because it's like an iPhone that Alpha has, you can zoom in and get a closer look, and you're pretty sure that there is a part of a footprint that got blood on it, and it made a mark in that smear. It looks like, your guess would be a dress shoe, some sort, not a flip-flop, not a tennis shoe, which is what most of the employees in the restaurant wear because they're more comfortable. It doesn't have much of a tread. It's definitely a dress shoe.
Can I tell if it's a man or?
You can't really tell the size very well.
Okay. Yeah, you see Maddie just going through the photos, and that's when she points out that there is a footprint right here. You see that? And you just hear her enhancing it. It's like a dress shoe.
Mein Gott, yeah.
I can't tell if it's male or female. I can't tell the size, but
Maybe we can. If you're standing at that angle that camera took the photo,
All
and
right.
maybe I'll put my own shoe down there just for comparison. I'm size 12.
yeah, I'm
What does
size,
it look like?
size 6. Yeah, let's see. We'll try to recreate the angle on this picture if we're able to determine with this experiment.
Yeah, I'd say your guess is it's either a small man or a woman is the shoe. It's maybe also from the curve of it, when you put your foot there, Robin, and you're trying to match up, your shoe is a little more flat rounded on the side, and this is a little more sharp, as if there were a heel, at least a bit of a heel. So it could have been a woman's shoe, possibly more likely than a man's shoe. But it still could have been a man's shoe. It's just not enough evidence.
Walking up these stairs with high heels are quite impressive. But anywho.
Oh, it wouldn't have been high heels.
Oh, I don't think high heels.
No, nobody works in high heels on board of the ship. If it was a high heel, then it would almost assuredly be a passenger, because passenger might wear high heels.
Or somebody dancing in one of the cabarets.
Yeah, it could be a dancer, like a performer.
But in this case, probably an employee, but not dressed in normal, rubber-soled
Yeah,
loafers.
not kitchen shoes.
How many employees work in this area?
Oh, I mean, there's 1,200 employees on the ship, so
Right, but they must have their own compartments.
I mean, maybe only
Ah.
500 work on the port and 500 on starboard mostly.
actually they move around all the time.
Oh,
So
all right.
tonight they might work in this restaurant, tomorrow they might work in that restaurant. We move them around as we need them. It wouldn't have been a maintenance worker. It wouldn't have been a performer from the cabaret or anything like that.
I am curious about that symbol.
Have you seen that anywhere? You two?
Could I roll an occult?
Looks like a logo. Okay, roll an occult.
Okay. 76 fail.
What's
Yeah.
the internet situation like on board?
There is internet, yeah.
Right.
There's like an internet cafe, or you can get internet. You can pay for an internet Wi-Fi,
Hmm. Yeah, I think.
but it's not very fast.
I mean, yeah, everybody's sharing a radio signal, so. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna use my phone, not the internet cafe, because that's public and we're being discreet. Maybe Alpha can hook me up with the premium service.
Complimentary.
I'm gonna do some reverse image search sort of action on that thing, looking for something alchemical or historical that has that feeling. I mean, but if I found that it was the brand of a tennis shoe, that would be satisfying too, just to know where it came from.
All right,
Library use?
sure.
28 is a hard success.
Well, there's a lot of alchemical symbols. It looks like a lot of things. There's definitely kind of I think, the sun is like a circle, and it's got so many different meanings, but you don't find anything specifically like this.
It's not a proper match to that image.
Correct. It could even be a combination of multiple things.
No, no. What was done with the tarp?
The tarp was, she says the top was taken by the maintenance. It's probably been taken down to be cleaned.
What do you normally, like, when you got into port, you'd have the ground force police come in, and how does that, I mean, we were presumably in international waters when this crime occurred.
Correct.
How
They're
does
not-
the,
We have only limited abilities. I have a security team, but security team is mostly to restrain somebody. We have a small jail. We can put somebody in irons if we need to. As far as actually solving a crime like this, if we can't solve it, there may be some serious problems when we get to Hawaii. They may insist on not allowing anybody to debark the ship, and they might bring in their own team.
No.
detectives. But considering the fact that there are so many people and so much money involved, it might simply be one of those situations where they have to, not worry about it so much. Let everybody off the ship and see if somebody doesn't come back. Who might be the culprit.
Hmm.
Then he'll be stuck on Hawaii, and the ship will leave without him.
But mostly
If-
you probably have to do with drunken passengers and the occasional pickpocket.
And if the person doesn't leave the ship, as they go back to Long Beach, they could get off there and they'd be scot-free of the crime forever. Nobody ever solved it. So we are hoping that you can help us solve it.
Yeah.
Well, we're doing our best.
Yeah, and thank you for your help, Alpha. We'll see if we can get to the bottom of this.
Could I have your number so we can contact you?
Yeah, she puts it into your phone.
Okay. Have everyone like in group chat just in case.
Yeah, somebody ping Derek and see if he's found anything yet.
I'll
Yeah.
text
All
him.
right. Yeah, let's hop
Texting
back
Derek.
to Derek. Derek, you are looking through the footage, and you're being pretty thorough, but you're definitely focusing in on what you think must have been when it happened. And you're watching people coming in and going from the stairwell, and you're seeing occasionally, you're seeing mostly restaurant workers. Some of them are better dressed than others. The ones that are better dressed are usually going to be the waiters, the maitre d', people in charge. The people that are less fancy dressed are kitchen people. You occasionally see people with some minor supplies going up and down the stairwell, bringing stuff. They're dressed in white. And you also once in a while see somebody dressed in an officer's uniform going up and down for whatever reason, that they're a steward and they're going down to a lower level or whatever. But that happens almost not at all. You think that the lower camera is your best bet, and you're looking like right at the edge of what it can capture and trying to expand that signal a little bit. And you definitely find the moment that it happens. But all you can see is feet. You can see someone step up behind Sylvia, and her feet, Sylvia's feet, almost come off the ground for a moment. It's like somebody's lifting her up from behind. You can see a splatter of something hit the floor. You see Sylvia fall to the ground, and the weird thing is there's this kind of light. It looks orange, and there's a shape behind it, almost like a hand. You think, if you kind of reconstruct in your mind, you think it's a hand with a circle here, and you can see it come down and press itself against her forehead, and then move away. Then there's some shoving. There's some blockage by the tarp being pulled over her and her body being shoved across the ground and underneath the edge of the stairs. And then somebody walking away, and you're pretty sure they're walking down, but you can't see anything of who it is or What do you think? It's mostly shadows and unclear. But there is that moment where you see what you think might be the brand.
Whenever the light came through orange, was it a steady glow or was it flickering like something, flames?
No, it was
lighting up
definitely
something?
a steady glow. And
And it was
in
a
that sort
brand
of-
about in the palm of the hand.
yeah, something about that size.
Can I, if it seems like the stairwells are going down, can I then track the 10 lower floors and see, and if anyone is leaving, potentially look slightly disheveled, whatnot.
This happened at which level? This happened at level 6, and yours is actually the lowest camera in the stairwell. The ones below are just maintenance and engineering crew. So whoever it is went out through the engineering area.
I'll definitely relay this to the security team that's in the room and just say, it seems like someone at least knows enough about our cameras that they are going down through engineering to enter the stairwell, so we can't track them the easy way.
And anyone, they tell you that anyone that went through those doors into engineering, that they would have been immediately stopped unless they were a member of the crew.
Do they have to scan in?
No, but they're all in uniform. All the engineering crew are in either white or blue overalls. And they all have name tags. And a lot of them don't speak English. They're Indonesian and places like that. Just a lot of crew.
If they would be immediately stopped, are there any set checkpoints that are there only a few locations one can get into engineering just from these stairwells?
No, it's quite accessible even from some of the regular decks, but those doors can't be just opened. They have to be unlocked with a key. In this case, it's a stairwell. It's a maintenance stairwell, so it's just open down there. But every engineer, every person down in that engine room knows that nobody's supposed to be down there. There's legal reasons why regular people aren't allowed down there, because it's the engine of the ship, and if they can get injured, it would be liable. They used to let people have tours down there, but they don't do that anymore.
But anyone who would not be in blue or white coveralls would stand out.
Correct.
Going through engineering.
I mean, the only other exception would be an officer who are in their nice little white and blue or white and gold uniforms.
Sure, that at least narrows the sample a little bit.
Right.
I'll definitely relay this over to the rest of the group.
That's a good point. The restaurant employees wouldn't be down there either. Not that low in the ship. If she had walked into the engineering section, they would have asked her to leave immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always people there.
Well, so that's one thing. I do want to double check. Would one of you chaps mind escorting me down to the stairwell and see if maybe somebody lost a pair of coveralls between floor 6 and the entry to maintenance or engineering?
In the stairwell where it took place?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're going to go back to where?
I'm assuming I'll meet up with them on the way back, either there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the security guys, at this point, they're not allowed to leave the room because there's nobody else there to monitor. So, but they can give you instructions on how to get there. And you
Okay.
can kind of remember because you came all the way over here.
Sure. I'll go ahead and message the group and come back to join them and say either it's someone who's someone going through engineering who is recognized to be down there, but at least would stand out, or it's somebody that filched a bit of laundry.
Okay. All right. So you head back over towards Windjammers, and then from Windjammers, you meet up with the group in the stairwell. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
5 minutes later.
You're back in the stairwell. You guys follow up that lady. You search for missing uniforms, and you discovered that the employees all have their own uniforms, but there are occasionally dirty, and they have dirty clothes and clean clothes. So the laundry is downstairs as well, and it would be rather simple for somebody to grab an overall, put it on, and pretend to be an employee. But it would be really hard. They would be looked at as anybody who saw them would be like, who's the new guy? Because they've all been working together on the ship for a few months at least. They would notice somebody who didn't look like they should belong there. So it'd be hard to get away with it.
So we basically have to get Alpha to give us a roster of employees who belong in engineering. And Derek, were you able to do a screen grab and print anything from the assault?
Could I have just taken photos on my phone, show them to him?
Well, we'll say that you could print them out. You could,
Okay.
download all that information.
So I don't understand how this brand could have been applied without also injuring the person who had it in their hand. And
Well, how hot do the car cigarette burners, maybe just having a little something on your palm and then mashing in there? It wasn't that big of a brand.
a car
Robin?
cigarette burner would be able to make a mark that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was my question for Robin. You said it would burn pretty deep. If you think it could do something like that.
Right. But when you saw the footage, he had it like close in his hand. Was it like pressing down, or was
It seemed like it was palm of the
in
hand.
his palm? Then that would
Yeah.
burn his palm, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's very strange. Unless this guy is a masochist.
Well, you're looking at a security camera from a floor or two away, so it's, he might have been between these two fingers, right?
Yeah.
And then,
And
something
the
like
glow
a cigarette
wasn't
lighter.
yeah. And the glow wasn't always there, so maybe it was bright and he took it off and was holding it. If there was
It
a
was
cover or
odd.
something to protect his hand.
Odd looking it was. Yeah.
But I didn't see anything for fire, so I don't know if we're going to find missing creme brulee torches.
That
All
is most odd.
So it's probably at this point, we'll say it's around only 11 in the morning. How do you guys want to proceed? Do you want to proceed? You are here on vacation.
Want to get a stiff drink at the bar? I know it's 11 a.m.
I'll get a drink with you, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we could discuss matters over lunch quietly, and if there was a cocktail involved, we are in a cruise ship.
It's incidental hazard, honestly.
There's a cool area of the ship called the Sequoias, which is attached to one of the main restaurants, but it's at the very back of the ship. And it kind of sticks out over the water. It's got a little canopy up above. And the posts holding up the canopy look like trees. But it's open to the outside. It's open air.
Easy
It's
not to be
shady.
eavesdropped on.
Right. It's shady and it's comfortable. And you can watch the ship. You can see the trail of the ship going off into the distance.
Also a good sight to see if somebody tosses anybody overboard.
Do you think this killer is going to strike again?
That seemed like a pretty refined maneuver. I think they planned where they were going to go before and after. That seemed very deliberate. I don't think this is the last one.
I was wondering what the motive is. Like, why Sylvia? Does this person hold a grudge against her specifically?
You know, most murders are extremely mundane, and the likelihood that it's a spurned lover is substantial. The burn mark is a flourish to distract us from the fact that she had an affair on this or another ship, and it went awry.
Oh, I wonder, when was that art auction supposed to be?
At 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.
Okay, so I can get a little drunk and then go and just be in the proper mindset to view art.
A drunken auction sounds wonderful.
Robin has my credit cards.
You can trust me. I'll order another drink.
All right. So in between now and the art auction, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to take it easy, lounge, go swimming?
I'll do swimming. It's a lot of mental work we just did in the morning. So
All right. So the art auction. Derek, do a luck roll.
To determine whether you had enough to drink to think that this is good art.
That is a 12 under 55.
Okay. Luckily, you realize about 20 minutes into it that this is all shit. It's just cheap, crappy art. People have been tricked and duped into it. There's nothing here that you would actually consider art.
I'm not nearly drunk enough for this.
It's boring. I mean, you walk around and look at the art, and it's like these are things that you'd see in Target, you know, and you realize it's all just basically a scam, not unlike other scams that are in the world. So you get up and leave in the middle of it. You go and find your friends, wherever they may be. So is there anything else you want to look up, or I will tell you that no new evidence comes up that sheds any light on anything at this point.
Can Alpha supply the roster of people who work in engineering?
Sure. There's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them. Some big crew all around. I'll ask her if, what the likelihood is that somebody who was on duty in engineering could leave long enough to commit this crime and then go back without being noticed, or whether it would have to be somebody who's off duty.
It's possible. It works both ways, though. You begin to realize this, that the people in the maintenance crew keep to themselves. The people in the restaurant crew kind of keep to themselves, although they're a little bit more open with even with guests. The people in engineering, that's their world down there. They're used to being in the dark all day long. They're not in the dark. There's lights everywhere, but they're not in the open air much at all.
Yeah, it's hot and it's loud and
it's hot and it's loud. It's humid, and
they're not.
Also, a good large portion of them don't actually speak English, and so as a result, their chief heads or their engineering heads, they speak multiple languages usually. And then there are a number of officers who are in uniforms. You can do a psych roll on the officers if you meet any of them.
It's worth a try.
Oh, we're talking about the engineering officers down there.
And 21 is a hard success.
They're a little They come across just a little sleazy. I mean, they're hardworking people and they're, they do what they do. But the ones who've actually gotten to the point where they're in uniforms, they use that to their advantage to seduce people if they can, in a sexual way, not in a mean or evil spirited way. But they're very happy to have themselves seen while they're walking on the deck. People asking them questions.
Some people end up on the open seas because they don't find communities on land where they get along.
But in general, everybody is friendly.
Okay. But nobody in authority and engineering has anyone in mind or any particular suggestions, or how clued in are they to the event?
Only maybe the officer in charge. Let's see, officer down in, where's the officer in engineering? Officer Levi Goodell is the main officer down there right now. And he says that, other than the maintenance crew, most other officers don't come down there once in a while. Of course, the captain will occasionally tour the ship. That's her privilege. She wants to make sure everybody is doing their job. She wants to make sure that everybody knows that she cares about them.
Yeah. So Levi knows that a murder occurred, but he doesn't have any particular ideas about.
Right.
While we're looking at the staff records, while Alpha's helping us with that, can we get a list of engineering staff who were on duty last night around 11 p.m.?
We'll say those were pointed out on the engineering staff.
Okay.
And there's probably at least 50 of them that were on staff.
Well, I think I just had a room service idea.
Does it involve umbrellas?
Maybe a couple. Depends on what we find out. But Pernadi said that he was from Jakarta, right? If a lot of the engineering staff are Indonesian, he may be, if we can just try and persuade him to help us out, he may be our interpreter. If anybody saw anything.
Should we call Alpha and get a list of who we're allowed to tell what? I mean, they began by asking us to be discreet. I don't know specific, what that entails.
I mean, I'm sure we can pitch this idea to her.
Yeah.
She will have explained that to you. Yeah, she means passengers.
Right.
Once I mentioned that they have sort of codes. Once somebody says over the code, code purple, all the staff know that somebody's dead.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
good.
most of them just happens all the time. So they don't. And it wouldn't have been like code murder.
That's a good book title. Stephen, write that down.
There's probably not a code murder.
It's a sequel to Dial M for Murder.
Let's see, it doesn't fit my title pattern. The Death Coder. Anyway.
Code murdered. There you go. Like that's a verb, right? Doesn't that fit?
No, it's a gerendy thing. My brain's half on vacation. Yeah.
Now you also make, as you guys are wandering around finding clues and stuff like that, you make a discovery accidentally, but kind of an interesting one. Deck 12. If you walk all the way towards the front of the ship on deck 12, there's kind of this little out of the way lounge. It's not much of a lounge. There's not even at this time of day a bar. There's a bar, but there's nobody behind it. Nobody hanging out here. But the front end of it is open, and you can see into the bridge of the ship. There's little windows, so you can see the captain and the first officer and the navigators and whatever. It's all electronic. It's all joystick stuff. It's kind of cool looking, like they're playing video games. There's computer screens all over with navigation stuff, and on the wall there is a complete chart of all of the officers, what their ranks are, how they're related to the ship, what divisions they're in, and everything, of course, with the captain up at the top. Captain has been captain of this ship for about 5 years. And her pedigree is sort of there, the other ships that she's been on and so forth. You do notice that the first officer has been on a number of those ships with her, as she already told you. I think the captain does have some say-so in who gets to be their first mate.
From this seating, can we read like everything, or is it at some distance?
No, it's about the bridge is fairly large. It's a large room. It's all glass in the front, and you are maybe 20 feet from the captain.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got navigators. I mean, it's kind of looking like the bridge, the Enterprise. That's not too far off.
Can I zoom in with my phone camera?
Yeah, you can look up closer.
Yeah.
And you can see that a lot of it you don't understand because they're grids and satellite images and stuff like that on it. Also in the lounge itself, there's like a big screen TV that shows where on the map you are heading towards Hawaii. You're not that far yet. You're only a day. You can see this is going to be about 4 days to get there. I'm going to do okay. So as you guys are standing there for a few minutes, you get the strong impression that the staff, of course, in the bridge know that the windows are there. They don't usually acknowledge that they exist because they're busy doing their jobs. But at a certain point, the captain glances back and he sees you, and he says something to his first officer, who then takes his chair. And the captain walks over to the window, and he sort of points to the side like this, and there is like a little side door. He opens that up and says, she says, "How's it going?"
Going good. Well,
are we any closer to finding out who the
we're getting there.
Yeah, we're just
Excellent.
piecing things together, making sure we have enough evidence.
Excellent. Well, keep me apprised of the situation, and hopefully this will be cleaned up. My officer, my security officers told me that you guys have been looking all over, that you're trying to gather some names. Good luck.
Thank you.
And you guys can do a psychology order.
That is my first failed roll, I think, of the game.
52 out of 50. I'll spend 2 if I have to.
I got regular success.
Okay. Well, how did you do, Lex? No.
I failed by 10.
Well, we'll say Maddie picks up on the captain's upset that this has happened. This is a glitch in an otherwise normal routine. But she pretends, I mean, she's trying to be friendly at the same time, but she's got a lot on her mind.
How does the first mate look? Or first officer?
First mate, you can't really tell. The first mate's sitting in the captain's seat at the moment and looking at screens and looking out to the ocean.
Okay, she's not like glancing over at us, seeing.
No. she's disciplined. She's looking. She knows the captain will eventually come back. You also, of course, notice that what the first officer was doing, now somebody else is doing, but they're basically there with binoculars and they're slowly doing stuff on the horizon, which seems a little old-fashioned, but
Robin, can you explain your optimism? I feel like we're completely stymied.
Don't tell her that.
Oh, she's trying to keep together. She's doing it very well, but she is obviously upset because this has happened.
Well, we haven't searched the actual victim's belongings. Maybe we can find a possible motive there.
Yeah, or if Sylvia, that's the thing. Like, we can't really. I would like to know at least connections, like friends of Sylvia or something.
Right.
There has
And we
to be
still haven't
yeah.
interviewed Joy Grillian.
Yeah.
well, okay. So we'll say that in the interim between now and relaxing tonight, you do all of that. Joey Grillian, all he was discussing with her was that he wanted to get a part in the ship's production of kinky boots. And he had just been talking to her about it. He was trying to do it. And then, she left, and that's the last that he saw of her. They're friends, but they're ship friends. They don't really, Joey's not interested in her, or wasn't interested in her in any way. Going through her stuff, everything seems like she was an employee here. She had a few photographs of family back home. We'll have to be informed of what's happened. She was saving her money. She was trying to, maybe go back to school, something, but
Her
nothing
bunkmates didn't know anything about any relationships or anything like that.
No.
Right.
Little less optimistic now.
Yeah. So go ahead.
No, it's just more like going back to that symbol. The symbol is still on my mind. I know it might be something that could deter us from the the stabbing and whatnot, but I can't help that is part of the reason. And just a thought, like something glowing, we can say it's like a cigarette burner or something like that. It's just very, very odd. I think maybe we could try doing more research about the symbol, to be honest.
Yeah, you can continue looking on the internet, but you don't find anything for it.
Yeah.
But Maddie and Robin do idea.
Okay.
87 fail.
59, that's a regular.
Okay. So Maddie, it strikes you as the more you think about this case, the more it seems like Sylvia might have just been random. She didn't seem to have any enemies. She had friends, but no lovers. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. She was branded. It starts to feel like the beginning of a serial killer movie, which is what Robin would have thought if he had passed his role. Though of no serial killer on record that brands his people, the people that he kills.
It's like the Zodiac killer. He had a symbol associated with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you guys have dinner, you guys drink, you guys do whatever you want to do this evening, try to relax. And you go to bed contemplating these things. But yeah, you're not hopeful. It seems like all dead ends. Next morning, you wake up and some of you maybe wake up earlier than others. At I will say at around 7:30, there is a knock on, I'll say, Robin and Derek's door.
Who is it?
It's Alpha.
Oh,
God.
okay. 1 minute. I get dressed and I open the door.
And she says, "I'm sorry to wake you so early this morning. There has been another incident."
Oh. Oh dear.
Would you like to get your friends? And we
Very
can,
much so.
Yeah.
discuss
Can
it.
you give us a minute?
And she waits in the hallway.
I somberly put a Hawaiian shirt on because it's all I packed besides the one business shirt.
Oh boy.
And then you guys then get Maddie and Stephen.
A little hungover, but I'm okay.
So another one?
Alpha,
Yeah.
Alpha says, yeah. She says, this one's much more violent. And she takes you up to, she said, we've quoted this one off. And now we have the problems that the information is out amongst the passengers. Hopefully not all of them yet, but it's certainly about to start. She takes you all the way up to deck 15, the sports deck. She walks you out, and there's police or some like police tape that's blocking off an area of the golf course that's on the ship. And she said, we've identified this passenger as Peter Huxton, a passenger on board the ship. And there is a tarp over his body at this point. And she moves the tarp. Apparently his head has been bashed in with a golf club. And the top was thrown over him and he was pushed out of the way. We found this out at this morning. There was somebody who came out here onto the golf course this morning as they found his body, and they alerted the staff. But I'm sure the rumors are now beginning to circulate.
Is it the same type of tarp that was on Sylvia?
It's kind of a standard tarp that you find around the ship. They cover
Any
things
branding?
with. Yeah.
Same place? Forehead?
No, not quite. This is on his cheek, but it is the same brand. In this case, his forehead's kind of damaged by the looks like it was a 9-iron.
Right. And I'm assuming you reviewed security footage already.
No, actually, I came right to get you. We can
Right.
go and look at the security footage.
Yeah. How was Peter dressed?
He was dressed in rumpled clothes from last night.
Does he look like he was golfing?
It's hard to tell.
Like a glove, or is there a set of clubs handy?
There is a set of clubs, and they are set over towards the side.
And
I'm sorry.
I think people often have their names stitched under their golf set.
Sure,
Is this Peter's? Are these Peter's clubs?
these are Peter's clubs.
And the 9-iron is missing.
No, it's right here, but it was obviously the one that was used. Yeah.
It's dry. I see.
It's got
just
blood
here.
all over it. Yeah.
Blood and things. Right.
So we're going to put him into the morgue, and we have to clean this up.
Right.
If you want to take photographs, take them now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take them.
Taking photographs. Can I see if there's significant spray, or just on a scale of 1 to Gallagher, how caved in was this melon, and is there a chance that that would have sprayed outward? In which case, laundry is going to be suspect again.
Do you have forensics? Any chance?
I'd be
No?
looking for forensics
Right.
evidence as well. if
Well,
you'd
he
allow
asked me, so
Yeah.
do a spot hidden then, Lex.
Okay. That is a 45 under 70.
Okay. Yeah, there's definitely some spots on the walls. So he would have been, you can kind of guess that he may have been standing here. The person was standing in front of him with the golf club and swung it and hit him in the head. And the splatter went there against the wall, which it's still there. And he fell here and then was pushed up against the wall, and a tarp was pulled down, possibly from over here, where there's like observation stands. People like to watch you play golf. It was pulled over and put against the thing and kind of tucked in with the club there, so that you might just think that it was something against the wall. But there's definitely blood on the wall. And
Okay, but it doesn't look like it was repeated blunt force trauma.
No, you might have been hit more than once, but it looks more like he was hit once really hard.
I'll ask Alpha, is there any, well, it's unfortunate, but is there any witnesses? Like it's early in the morning. Some people would be jogging.
Nobody came forward and said anything. So
Is the golf range open 24 hours?
yes. Yeah.
So Peter could have come up here on his own at 4 a.m.
And she points over to where the security camera is. That might have actually gotten a really good shot of what was going on.
Let's get that footage right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So you go back down to security, and Alpha sort of takes over along with Derek. And you start to go back. You try to find when the incident happens. And it looks like it took place right about 2:15 a.m. You can see Peter in the closed circuit TV. It shows him practicing his putting. You see 3 joggers go by on the little jogging track. You see a man walking by. You think it's a man. It's the angle is such that you're seeing the back. The figure goes up towards Peter Huxton. It looks like they have a conversation for a moment, and Peter Huxton hands the figure his golf club. The stranger looks like he's going to attempt to make a putt, but instead he purposefully overswings and cracks Huxton in the forehead. Huxton falls down, and you do see him bring the club down one more time onto Huxton's head. Huxton begins to shake, violently, sort of. Once again, the hand comes up with what looks almost like a glowing disc in his hand, and he presses it to Huxton's cheek. You can see little wisps of either steam or smoke for a moment. He pulls it away, shoves the body against the wall, covers it with the tarp, and then walks in the opposite direction so that you're still seeing the back of his head. And a moment later, the same three joggers come running by, which gives you an estimate based on the jogging track and the length of the ship and the average running speed, that it was about 4.5 minutes between the times that the joggers went by. So within that 4.5 minute space, all of that took place. And the joggers don't seem to notice. From their perspective, it just looked like the guy who was golfing wasn't there anymore.
But this figure was not originally part of the joggers.
Correct.
And this figure is not dressed as an engineer. They're in street clothes.
In this case, it looked like they were in street clothes. You can do a spot hidden, looking at the video over and over again.
Fail.
That is an extreme success. 11 under 70.
The person isn't particularly tall, or heavily built. They're not fat. You'd say they're skinny, but not overly skinny. You can't quite tell for sure gender. You guess from the violence it was a man, but the way the person's dressed, it could have also been a woman. And the nonchalance with which the person moves, I mean, there's no reason that anybody would suspect that person once they were away from the crime scene.
Except, of course, for the flaming brand in their palm.
Correct.
Which can't have been something that Peter Huxton saw when he had a conversation about whether this brand of golf gear was good or not. And said, yeah, see what you think of the weight or whatever.
Should have checked if that golf club had any fingerprints or something, because he picked it up, right?
I mean, it was the murder weapon, and
Maybe they're on it while
You
we're
didn't see
here.
gloves.
They sure seemed awful confident just to leave that behind.
Overly confident, even when there's a camera right there.
Yeah, well, seems like they're getting sloppy.
Or getting very bold.
So Elsa has the golf club retrieved, along with the other golf clubs. Bring them into the security room. They probably have the stuff to do fingerprints, I imagine. They still do fingerprints? I guess they still do fingerprints.
they're not as trusted as they were, but we still use them. We still have a database.
All right. They don't have fingerprints for everybody on board the ship, though.
So,
But at least staff, maybe?
Well, I don't know. Well, why do you need their fingerprints? Have you ever worked at a place that you had to get your fingerprints taken?
Well, there's
I
a back-
bartended at a resort a while back, and yeah, they had to do fingerprints for things. It was at least in my experience, if you get into the wealthier resort areas, I was F&B, and yeah, they did get me fingerprinted.
Okay, that sounds fair. They will start checking on that to see if they can find any matches for fingerprints. Vez, this is becoming quite a scene.
I hate to ask, are there any protocols on the ship for implementing a curfew? I understand having everything 24 hours is very desirable, but if rumors are already getting out among passengers, it may be better to try and nip it in the bud before people start trying to defend themselves.
We'll have to see what the captain says to that. There are so many considerations in this case. I would like the whole place locked down. but there are hundreds of millions of dollars.
A lot of refunds.
Yeah.
Mhm.
On the other hand, there are going to be lawsuits as it is. Is Peter Huxton's family with him, or was he solo?
He's also solo. He's not here with anybody, but he's got family. So
It's going to be ugly.
Well, if anything, I don't know. Maybe give a tip to the passengers that don't, on impossible, don't be alone. Like,
yeah, that's a good
something
point.
like
yeah.
something like that.
The as you guys are talking this in the security office, the captain comes in, and she's like, what the hell is going on? She says, people are being murdered on my ship. Do we have anything? Are we any closer? Is it the same person? Obviously, it's the same person.
Well, that's. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we've got this. We've got the symbol, and if you look at the security video, they appear to. You know how that joke buzzer people would wear on their hands, so they would shake hands and it seems like it's right there, like it's on a band or something. We can only assume that it's being heated electronically somehow. That's, we've got to find that object. But any hope that it was a personal misunderstanding, I think, has been erased. There's nothing to connect Sylvia and Peter.
There is a phone rings inside the security, and one of the other officers in here grabs the phone and suddenly turns, and he's holding it like this, and he's looking over at Elsa. Alpha. She's like, "What?" He says, "We got another problem." And she picks up the phone and she's like, "What?" She says, "The Dr. Hank Thomas informs us that the first body is missing. He's meant to put the new body, the Peter Huxton, in the thing, and Sylvia Goldberg is missing."
When he pulled out the drawer and showed us Sylvia, was she naked under a sheet?
No, she still had her clothes on.
Even shoes?
I probably not. The
Yeah.
shoes were probably taken off.
Yeah, that's a problem. The good news, of course, is that it's, the more evidence you make in a contained environment like this, the more likely you are to get yourself caught. And if we have a serial killer who's also a necrophile, how does the doctor lock his? How is the morgue? What's the security of the morgue situation?
Well, the morgue is locked. The doctor's office. They've got drugs down in the hosptal. So,
of course,
any cameras?
That should mean a lot of cameras. Let's rewind.
Yeah, once again, there's quite a few cameras.
The morgue?
Probably there's nothing in the morgue, but the hallway outside.
Yeah, we'll watch the video of the hallway then.
Yeah, let's check that.
All right. All right. So as you're all watching, you see people going back and forth. You see the doctor leave for the evening. He locks the door. The staff is on call mostly. There's always a nurse. If there's a patient, there's always nursing staff online. But if there's nobody in the infirmary, then they can pretty much go to bed. They can get called back if there's a problem. So there's a moment when there's nothing in there. There's just an empty hallway. And then you see Alpha Officer Olaf's daughter. She comes walking down the hallway. She goes to the morgue, and you see her unlocking. And as soon as you see this, Alpha's like, what? What's this nonsense? It's impossible. I was asleep all night long. And you see her unlock the door to the morgue area, and she goes inside. And there's a couple of minutes go by, and she comes out with Sylvia Goldberg over her shoulder. She turns, she closes the door and locks it, and you see her walk down the hallway as the nurse on duty screams. That was unexpected. No, you see her walk down the hallway and go out. Elvis like, it just makes no sense at all. I was not there. I swear to God, I was not there. And she starts fiddling with it, and you see another camera. You see her come out of the out onto the deck. It's dark. It's very late at night. We'll say it's 3 a.m. She walks over to where there's a stair leading up to the deck, overhanging the back of the ship, and she picks up the body and throws it into the ocean. And everybody is aghast and staring at her. And one of the security men says, I'm sorry, Alpha, but we're going to have to. And she becomes extremely upset. And I tell you, I did not do this. It's impossible. Somebody has tampered with the tape. Somebody is making up a pantomime.
Do you have an alibi?
Yeah, I was asleep.
Do you have anyone that sleeps in the room with you?
No, I have my own, because I have my own cabin, because like the captain is others, we have our own cabins.
Speaking of
when did you go to sleep? We got security camera footage. Let's see if you get out of bed.
About 10 o'clock. Anyways, they're wanting to put cuffs on her at this point, and she's the captain's like, look, Alpha, we have to do this, so we're sorry. She says, no, I won't let you put them on me. And she goes over to where they've got kind of jail cells, and she says, you can put me in here, but you're not going to handcuff me.
Look at it this way, Miss Olafsdottir. If you're in the brig and something else happens, you'll be exonerated.
She's white as a sheet, and she's very upset, but she complies.
Captain, I assume that she has a second command that...
Yeah, there's quite a few of some of these other people in here. She says, I would never have accepted this if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Well, at the very least, I think it's clear that she was sleepwalking, if in fact this footage hasn't in some way been doctored. Is it possible that the figure that used the 9-iron on Peter Huxton was a platinum blonde?
Too small.
Yeah, too small and not bright enough.
Unless this person is a master of disguise.
Yeah, if Alpha could make herself a foot and a half shorter, maybe.
I mean, it's a spectacular talent, but that can only explain at least that. It doesn't make any sense.
Can we rip the security camera footage over to crew's quarters around the time she reports going to bed?
Yeah, she said that she went to bed around after her 10 o'clock after her shift. So 10:15, you see her coming down the hall. She goes into her room. One of the other security men says, she's a very precise woman. So I bet you if you looked at the last 10 days, you would have seen it exactly the same time, her going down this, the same place, going into her door at the same time. So that looks normal. Then about 2:15, 2:20 or so, you see her door open, and you see her come out, do a spot hidden,
42 under 70, just regular.
02, one away from
Nice.
Oh, too.
So extreme.
Yeah, her eyes are not fully open as she comes out. She seems to be, she doesn't look like she's moving like a drunk person, but she looks like she's moving like a sleepwalker.
Very strange.
Okay, she was asleep.
Yeah, I mean,
Any
I
change in
believe-
habit? Any change in routine?
Well, yeah, this is completely changed from her routine. But
Yep.
she just walks down. She's no longer dressed in her uniform, but she's dressed in what would look kind of like jogging clothes. The kind of thing you might sleep in, you know.
The kind of thing we've been wearing for the past 2 years every day.
Yeah. You see her walk down. She gets to the stairwell. She goes up the stairwell. You also notice that this area is a little nicer. Okay. Because these are the actual officers' rooms. There's like a little community lounge that's there for the officers. She goes right to the morgue and does exactly what you just saw her do.
At this point, I'm a little paranoid. So during the time of the murder of Peter, 215, I'm checking if any of us have exited our rooms.
All right. The corridor outside would have been the monitored. So yeah, you go through all the footage that you about the hours that you think there's no evidence that you've gone in or out.
All right.
But you do see a few people coming back. They're still drinking and
Should we start putting tape around the outside of the doors?
Well, the attacker hasn't attacked anyone in their sleeping cabins.
The only things that she was
Yet.
sleepwalking, now she was confident enough to open up the morgue, dump the body overboard. That's kind of far-fetched, isn't it?
I don't know.
Could I try rolling a
Her eyes
cult
were
to see
closed.
if, yeah, is there any kind of hypnotism, some such I might have read that actually had stock in?
well, you can roll. I mean, you know the real world, my friend. You know the
Right.
place.
Nothing.
Pretty much the old myths about hypnotism have been debunked, that you can't be forced to do anything that you don't want to do.
Nor do people, in my understanding of sleepwalking, show that degree of competence. You know, it's hard to figure out which key to use for your keychain when you don't look at it and you're not actually awake. But I also thought that her objections to the videotape were genuine.
Can we, I know this is quite far-fetched, but how about we talk to Elsa or Olaf's daughter and ask her what she was dreaming about around that time? I know it seems weird.
Yeah,
but
no. You ask her, and she's like, "Well, I don't remember
You-
dreaming anything."
Okay.
Do you remember just thinking on the previous day? Did you remember watching anything different or interacting anything outside of your regular routine?
No, not particularly. I'm a security person. I deal with this sort of stuff all the time. There's nothing. I mean, it's not the first murder that's taken place on board of a ship. Or death. It's always death. But perhaps I thought about you a little more than I would think about anybody else.
Entirely comforting.
If you can solve this, you must exonerate me somehow. Find a way to exonerate me.
Well, when we find the actual person who's committing the violence, that might help. Do you take, pardon the intrusive question, are you on any medications?
No, none whatsoever.
Mm.
I don't even smoke nothing. No recreational drugs. I'm a vegetarian.
Nothing against throwing bodies overboard in that regime. When we should make sure we have the timestamp on when Sylvia's body got tossed, because that'll give a reasonably good idea about where, although the sharks might have resolved that question before anybody passes through that area again.
The captain's like, there's no way anyone will find that body. It's almost impossible to find a body even right after it falls overboard. So now we've gone hours. And you're right, sharks will have eaten it probably by now. These waters definitely have sharks in them.
Is there a way? So, who's the new security chief?
Oh, we'll say June Jarvis.
June Jarvis. So, is there a way that you can put a padlock on the drawer in which Peter Huxton's body goes in so that only one person has a key and we can make sure that we don't lose any more?
Well, there's not really a way to padlock it, but we can, I don't know, put a security person on it.
Again, it's already going to be a sort of, there's going to be a legal issue with the fact that Sylvia's body got yoinked. The family's not going to be happy about that. The company's going to have to make a settlement. So we really want to make sure that we don't lose any more evidence or cause any more lawsuits. Whether that's a person in a chair who has to get paid overtime, I think it's probably a precaution necessary given that Zola's daughter's behavior is so inexplicable.
We'll put some sort of restraint on the door itself so that it can't be opened. And then make it so that the only person who can get to it would be the doctor.
That seems reasonable, yeah.
All right.
And now the captain has to make a decision about what to tell the population about, a buddy system. This is going to be expensive, but I don't know. I mean, so is a third corpse.
Definitely souring the party mood for sure.
Well, guys, I have an idea.
The captain's quite upset.
What's your idea, Maddie?
Well, I tend to take risks. How about we lure this killer out? Have one of us to be the bait. I know it's going to be random, but let's try. Find a spot where the security camera is. Derek can be there. If any of you guys can be close by.
That's bold.
It's worth a shot. I know. That's why it's a risk. I said it's going to be a risky idea.
If we had any indication of how the killer chose a victim, I would be more tempted. But there's very little in common between the driving range and, stairwell H at level 6.
And this whole ship might as well be the square footage of a city block.
Yeah.
Well, if they tried to dump the one body, do we want to try and be the detail?
Yeah, I can maybe hide in the other room. The one across from the morgue.
Well, yeah, that would be good.
We don't think, we're certain that the second killing wasn't by Alpha.
No,
so
the
it's
timing.
not as though the killer is the one who dumped the body. It was a compulsion of some kind that we don't Hmm.
You think that compulsion can affect other people as well, not just Alpha?
I don't know why Alpha would be susceptible. Unless she was in league, which I suppose rationally we have to assume, but that doesn't feel very, I wouldn't use it in the book.
Well, let's say we do camp out like the morgue, like as a security detail. What do we do when we see someone trying to access it?
Well, there's only one door in and out of this hospital area.
Or maybe we can lock them in.
There are places where, I'm saying there are places where you can hide that the person would have to walk. You would see the person going in and out.
Right. But physically confronting a killer is not smart. Perhaps we can lock them inside while they're retrieving the body.
If they're going to go by the same pattern?
Perhaps.
If I recall, Alpha vanished the body at something like 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah, we'll say 3:00.
So that's already after the second murder. I'd prefer to act before another murder takes place.
Well, the murders, they happen randomly. Didn't the first victim die around 11?
Yeah, before midnight, it seemed, yeah. We just don't know where. We just don't know where it's going to strike.
But so far, all we got is that the person was alone. It tends to happen around late evening.
I say maybe the security detail on the morgue is probably our best chance instead of a random chance. We know that we have someone interfering with the bodies, so we might as well guard that tonight.
I really hate to be the one to suggest it, but do you think I should get a couple of pots of coffee and try and watch to see if I can spot isolated folks between?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're on the security cameras, you can text us or let the new security head know.
We're obviously getting a full refund on another cruise, so
We're getting a lifetime guarantee,
yeah,
a lifetime membership, right?
if we don't
I hope
bankrupt,
so.
if we don't bankrupt the whole cruise line. We have a murder maybe at 11:15 and a murder at 2:15. Maybe the next one will be at 3:15. I mean 5:15. Maybe they're in 3-hour increments.
Why?
There were 4 stabbings at the back of the.
There's no
right.
correlation.
The
4
captain by now
stabbings.
has left, by the way. Yeah.
4 stabbings, a 9 iron. So the next numerical progression. No, this is like novelist thinking.
Alpha, meanwhile, you guys are still in security, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the captain would have left. Once again, captain has duties. Captain's very upset. Alpha's like, we should search the whole ship, every last room, all 6,000. You know?
That'll take too much time.
Yeah. I think Derek mentioned you mentioned the size of the what did you say, like a whole
Like a whole city block?
like a whole city block. A whole city block times 14, because every level is different. So yeah, it's like a small city that you've got. All right. You find yourself quite stymied. There is a murderer, a killer on board somewhere who brands his victims very much like a serial killer. And yet the ship moves on. The ship goes, people still are drinking, partying, carrying on. Maybe a little bit more subdued. You hear people occasionally, saying, "I hear there was a murder on board the ship," and everybody better be careful. But then they go back to drinking and gambling, and the captain is reticent to make any kind of general announcement because you guys are in the middle of the ocean. She doesn't want anybody to panic. She tells you that she's going to post more security walking about the ship. So that there's more likely, if anything happens, there'll be somebody close by, hopefully if somebody calls out, whatever.
We should get rid of all the tarpaulins on the entire ship. Not helpful.
Is there anything? Well, at this point, everything starts to look suspicious. You look at every passenger you walk by, every officer in every uniform, every person behind a desk, and you realize that could be the person. They could be hiding in plain sight, drinking their coffee and laughing in your face. It does make for some good journalism, though, when you think about how scary that could be. So nothing comes to light. Is there anything you want to do? I keep asking that.
What time is it?
Whatever time you want. This was first thing in the morning, so.
Okay. So what is our plan for tonight?
I think the morgue idea is a good one.
So you want, and then Derek's going to be on security cameras?
I think so. I may try to catch a nap this afternoon or something, and then have a few pots of coffee ready.
The door that locks the morgue, is that a padlock?
No, it's
okay.
I made an effort to put some kind of security on Peter's drawer, but it's mostly about having a body in the room, I think, was.
Difficulty too on a ship where there's, the safety potential is locked doors are a little dangerous. If something happens to the ship, somebody gets locked behind a locked door, they go down with the ship.
So I'm wondering if there's a way to jam that morgue door.
That's what I was just thinking.
If someone goes into it.
If someone wants to camp out, jam the door behind them.
Because I'd be willing to camp out.
Presumably, unless the killer's already been in this room and is going to be privy to this conversation, they may try and do something similar. So if Robin can camp out and barricade the door, I can be in here on cameras, one, checking if anyone is standing alone and let you two know. Or if Robin notices something, they text me, I can then immediately pan over and see who is outside.
Yeah.
But
so have Steven and I kind of patrol around a little bit,
if you want,
or close by.
There's
it's
no
a big
way,
ship. It's impossible.
And there's no way, since I've been saying this, I could potentially alert security if someone is alone, but there's no way I can rely on telling you two where that may be, the ship is just too big.
Yeah, I don't know what Steven or Maddie would want to do.
If I'm thinking if possible, we can be close by, because if something happens, you're going to be by yourself. So it depends how. I'm trying to imagine in my head where Steven and I can at least be close enough just in case something happens. If there's a hiding place or something as well. an adjacent room, maybe
Okay.
something of that sort.
All right. So you guys can all hide out in the morgue. Are you going to do anything during the day?
Try to live up vacation, get a couple of stiff drinks, and go
I'm
to the
going
pool.
drink,
Yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna go
gonna-
to the.
sadly.
I'm gonna take a nap to try and prep for tonight.
I'm going to try talking more with the people around, like, hey, or even try to listen in, like, what are the rumors are saying.
Okay.
Like, in general.
I'll probably put a heavy object like in a sock, probably for self-protection.
Okay. But basically, you're not doing anything during the day except be on a cruise.
Yeah. Actually, I'd like to see how the captain's doing. I'll probably watch the bridge from that deck.
Okay. Yeah, when you get to 12 and you're in that little observation area, excuse me, it's pretty boring. The captain sits there, excuse me. Captain sits there sipping a cup of coffee, occasionally saying something to the first officer. First officer's just looking off on the horizon. Ship's pretty much going that way. And you can see do a spot hidden.
Okay. 48, I failed.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary. It's very Navy military-ish looking the way they conduct themselves, except that the captain's a little more relaxed in her chair. Like I say, sipping her coffee.
She looks relaxed.
Well, it's a relaxing chair. It's a comfortable chair. She
Okay.
spends most of her work sitting in a chair, watching a ship go that's just going in the middle of the ocean in a straight line. We're doing psychology, just because of what you said.
Okay. That's a normal success.
You don't know if it's to relieve stress from the job or if, it's just the way she has to be. She seems to be, talking to her first officer with, in a cheery sort of manner. She's not bringing her own demons into the room with her. She's acting friendly, and they occasionally, laugh about something, and they go back to their work.
It's a little odd.
She doesn't seem particularly. She's not showing any kind of upset like she did when she was with you.
So she was upset around us, but not upset when she's.
Well, she was upset when she first found out. I mean, she was
Hmm.
there right after she found out about another murder.
Okay. I'm gonna stop in and say hello, like physically.
Okay, you can't.
Oh, okay.
The bridge is locked. You can't get
Oh.
in from the outside unless you're an officer.
Got it.
You could bang on the window, but you're kind of bothering the officers while they're doing their job.
Sure. I won't then.
Okay.
Maddie's gonna go at least get a general consensus on how the passengers are doing. Trying
Okay.
to listen into conversations.
Okay.
If anything sticks out to her,
Well,
it'd be helpful.
for the most part, everybody wants to forget the real world. So when you do occasionally hear, I heard there was a murder, it doesn't seem to go anywhere. Nobody knows what's going on. And forget that and pass me another drink. Do you wander around at all?
Yeah, I wander around. Like it's a lot to take in, so I can measure at least.
By the way,
Yes.
you guys all now have a badge. that pretty much, you can go and talk to people, and you can go into kitchens and stuff like that. Did you want to, you're just wandering around amongst the passengers?
Yeah. Actually, the three joggers that were in the video, is it possible for her to, I know it's a big ship, but is it possible for her to see if she
Identify
can
who they
locate?
were?
Yeah, even just by the video.
I'll say that the video's not quite clear enough for that, but they just look like people, joggers.
Okay.
I don't know, do a luck roll. Maybe you'll see them running by because they're physical fitness people. They might.
Okay, let's see. Oh, well, that's stream success.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there is a gymnasium
6.
on board the ship.
Mhm.
And by hanging around there, you in fact locate the three of them. And they explained to you, yeah, they were jogging, but they didn't see anything at the time. They do remember seeing the golfer as they ran by, but they didn't really pay any attention.
Oh, they didn't see. So they didn't see anyone like walking up to Peter Huxon at all.
No, they didn't see anything at all, except the occasional officer.
Well, I guess I'll just tell them, like, ask them that do you see anything else strange or anything other than people drinking and partying and whatnot?
No, but it's beautiful. I mean, you're looking out, you can see, the stars in the heavens are, fairly bright. There's so many lights on the ship. It's a little bit dimmed, but you can also see the reflections on the water, and the air is warm, but it's not too warm, and there's a breeze, and it's extremely beautiful.
Okay.
A little sliver of the moon up in the sky.
Yeah. It's a very nice. At least it's nice night sky and whatnot. Well, if anything, just try to stay in a group. Be careful, okay?
Then one of them leans forward and says, there was something weird.
Like what? Please tell.
There's that area at the back of the ship where you sort of go into the tunnel, you go around the back of the ship, and then you come back out on the other side.
Yeah.
That night, it seemed like it smelled.
Smelled like what?
Well, I guess in my mind, I expected it to smell oceany, but it smelled more barnyardy.
See.
Like the smell of a farm. And there was a weird noise too. I don't know how to describe it. I think it was part of the engine.
I see. And it's that back tunnel you were talking about.
Yeah. Every time we ran through it, there was a weird sort of echo, as we went through, that I don't really know even how to describe it. Maybe a knocking or a banging or like a jackhammer like sound, but not that loud, kind of, like this, and that smell like a barnyard, which is a very strange smell to smell on the ship.
That is a little odd. And every time you pass by, it's always that same smell.
Yeah, I mean, we only noticed it that one night, but yeah.
Okay. And
and it wasn't all the time. It was right, right about that time of night that apparently we've been asked about. What time was it?
Like 2:15, right?
Around 2:50. Yeah, around 2:15, 2:30.
Huh. I see. Well, thank you. This has been quite helpful. Really odd. Yes. Take care now. And when Maddie leaves them to their jog and whatnot, she is gonna text everybody what she found out from the joggers, that there's something up at the dark tunnel.
Yeah, sounds like they think we're on Noah's Ark.
Yeah. I mean, to me, they're completely sober when they told me, so.
People who go jogging at 2:00 in the morning, I don't know if I believe anything they say. Robin, have you mentioned anything about the captain?
Yeah, they were. I don't know. It's just something seemed off.
We have that record of when the captain and first officer served before. I want to see if there's any news about these previous cruises, because I feel like that is very off-putting that she doesn't seem. I mean, maybe she's being very professional.
That's extremely professional. She just had 2 people die on her ship, and then her security officer is locked up. I would be very upset.
Are there any news items at all about?
None.
Okay.
It's a library roll or a luck roll, whatever you think is better.
Got more of one than the other. Oh, 9. So that's extreme.
Yeah. Okay. What you find is you find that they both have Facebook postings. They're kind of outdated, old. But you find that there are a number of photographs on their profiles. You see more than a few pictures of Captain Regina Barclay and Elfa, Olaf's daughter, and First Officer Lena Cleese together on the mainland. It looks like they like rock climbing. So they're like in the woods, in the forest, they're climbing on trees. You see a couple of pictures of them boating together, like kayak boating on rivers and camping. Looks like they've got a closer relationship maybe or a longer relationship than you'd expect.
I think that they would see enough of each other on board that they wouldn't really need to hang out that much when they were on the mainland. When they're boating together, are they like, is it a 8-foot sloop?
No, it's kayaking, I meant.
Oh, kayaking.
Yeah.
Lots
of outdoorsy stuff that they do.
Lots of outdoorsy stuff. That's wholesome. In terms of physical size, could either Lena or the captain be the right size to be in the security video?
Well, the captain's rather short.
Well,
they kind of cover that range, the 3 of them.
Mama bear, baby bear. Nothing on their Facebook profiles. Well, what I don't actually know how Facebook works.
Yeah, there's a lot of likes and dislikes and things like that.
Yeah. Do they follow any organizations that?
They don't. However, they all do seem to be nature files. They believe in clean living. They like to drink herbal tea. They're all vegetarians.
It's interesting that but again, maybe, I don't gonna, send that Facebook link to the others and say, our crew was closer than they let on, which seems curious to me.
Then why isn't Regina upset that her friend's locked in a brig?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe some of us should stake out deck 12 instead. So,
Well, I assume
no,
that
but if there's something up, why would she come to us for our help to solve the murder? Well, that makes no sense.
At the beginning, she invited us up. She invited us for breakfast.
right, we happened to win that. We happened to win that contest so that we were present. That's a little interesting too.
But she went to us for
Yeah.
help.
Well, before that, when we were just random passengers, we happened to win breakfast on the first morning with the captain and first mate. And then we happened to be there when she heard about the first murder, and she happened to ask us for assistance.
And they happen to recognize you three.
I don't know what's going on.
I still say, I don't know. I want to take a quick stop at that barnyard smelling area just at least verify what they were talking about.
Sure, we'll have a walk before
We can walk.
retire. I'm personally not committed to your whole morgue stakeout situation, but maybe is there a schedule of who's on duty on the bridge? That's not public information.
Yeah, there probably is. I mean, it's not like public schedule, but
We could probably see it from deck 12 if we zoom in on their scheduling board.
Yeah, I wonder if either the captain or first mate is generally on the bridge.
Okay. So let's say worst case scenario, they are somehow responsible for this. What do we do?
Pretty good question. The captain of a vessel is kind of the sole authority ultimately.
Well, we have one day until we hit Hawaii, right? Is it possible we have one day to build a solid case against her to report to authorities?
Yeah, gather enough evidence. I can ride on it.
Right. At least just play nice. Say we're not finding anything, we're still stuck, and then draw an ace out the sleeve.
Right. This is not going to work if we catch the first mate carrying a body out of the morgue, for example. I mean, once we have a direct confrontation, if it is in fact the entire authority of the ship that we're in conflict with, which is a lot to assume from the fact that the three of them like to go hiking.
Well, Robin said that Alpha's eyes seemed closed or at least half open during the morgue thing. I'm hoping that if someone else comes to knock on that door, maybe we can see what state they're in. If this is just a conspirator that's going to try and bolt, or if it's someone sleepwalking.
She's a big woman to handle, though. Just saying.
Well, do we want to try and stake out the captain?
Sure. I mean, what else do we have to go on?
Well, and do we even have access to the area where the upper echelon staff have their staterooms?
Are our badges good enough?
possibly. Once again, there's not really any door locks. There might be locks, well, even on individual rooms. You know, on passenger rooms, there are door locks. But for most of the ship, there aren't any locks. If somebody asks you, you show them the badge here. Usually, all of the officers by now know who you are.
Yeah, security certainly does.
Who can we trust anymore?
Yeah, and what do we do without an actual theory?
I'm gonna go to that. I don't know. That's what the joggers told me. I need to see like
Yeah,
there's
let's check.
something
Let's
there.
check
Well,
out the.
wouldn't they only smell it at the certain time? Isn't that what they said? I mean, we
Yeah.
can check it out.
They noticed it. They noticed it at that point, but I'm just wondering if that was the first time they noticed that. So I just wonder if we go there.
If there's some physical evidence there, that would be great because we have very little in the way of physical evidence, especially since one of our bodies is gone.
Yeah.
All right. So you go for a walk. You go back down to the promenade, to where the jogging track is, and you follow it along towards the back of the ship. So there's a moment when you go into the tunnel that it doesn't get dark. It gets darker because you're enclosed, but you can see light, from both sides of this little curved tunnel. You do notice that there are 2 maintenance doors, and they're quite a bit different than the regular doors that you could go through. Actually, all of the main doors on the ship are the kind that when you walk towards them, they just open, and close. A lot of them are glass. In this case, these are the metal of the ship is that sort of red painted metal. These are oval sort of hatches in the wall, and they have, big handle things to open them, like you would see on a ship, a military ship. And it says right on them, maintenance only.
Let's have a look-see.
Do a smell hidden. We need a smell hidden. We've always needed a smell hidden.
But okay, so
Spot
spot it.
hidden. Yeah.
Well, it's spot hidden and smelt it belted. Would have to be the skill names.
Fail for me.
Okay. Anybody?
I'll spend 2 luck to succeed.
Okay. There is a faint barnyard sort of smell. You understand what they meant, like, barnyards. There's animals that poop on the ground, and it's not a terrible, ugly, unpleasant smell because it's usually mixed with hay and that sort of smell. But there's definitely a bit of a barnyard smell here.
Is keeping a pet goat secret? I'm going to open one of the maintenance hatches.
Okay. They make quite a lot of noise when they open. And there's right inside, you have to kind of step up into them. And there is a hallway, which is semicircular because you're at that part of the ship that's semicircular. And there are stairs leading down. There are also bits, and this is part of that sort of conning tower that goes up towards the back. You can see that there are electronics up in there that are probably radio things. They're all hidden from view, but they're there. And the stairs going down. This is all metal in here. And there's nobody in here. It's well lit.
There's light bulbs behind little cages, and
Right, exactly.
there's nothing like straw or goat droppings or anything.
No, you don't see anything like that, but you do.
Smell stronger?
It smells a bit stronger.
It's probably warmer too.
Yeah, a little bit.
And the
Uh,
smell is coming from the bottom of the stairwell or something.
Well, the only way up is down. So let's have a look-see. Why don't you text Robin and say that we've wandered into a forbidden zone in case they have to come and fetch us.
Yeah. Text. Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
Robin didn't come with you?
Oh, I'm assuming I went in too.
Yeah, we all went in.
We're
Well, all
Is-
4 of us are in,
Is
right?
Lex there, or is Lex in the security?
It's-
I assumed I was going to be in the security room. But this is at night, right?
No, this is still middle
this
of
is
the day.
like after. Oh yeah,
Afternoon, we'll say. Yeah.
In that case, I would be with them. Yeah, it's definitely like towards evening. I'm going to be in the security room.
Okay.
So
But I could
don't
be with
bother
them
to
right
text them because they're right here.
Text them. Text me what?
So you move down the stairs, and they go down quite a ways. You're technically on deck 13 when you started. You begin to realize that what you are is you're in a maintenance stairwell that connects with a lot of the other maintenance stuff on the ship and the crew parts of the ship. But there's a large door at the bottom that says storage, which is a fairly large door. And the smell does seem to be coming from that area.
Coast is clear.
Yeah, there's nobody in.
I'm going to open the door.
I think there's steerage and storage.
Let's do it. Open that door.
So you open up the door and it makes kind of a squeaky noise, and the lighting here is a bit dimmer, but there are boxes and crates and all kinds of things stored, things wrapped in plastic on pallets, and this is obviously where they store a great deal of stuff, including a lot of the food that's in cans and stuff like that. It's a large area. I mean, where it's like a warehouse for the food on the ship that they need. But as you wander around, you hear something towards one side. It sounds like something rustling or moving. The smell's gotten quite a bit stronger. And as you come around a corner and you look, there is a kind of iron pin that has been set up. It's fairly large. You'd say the bars are 12 feet high. They cover an area maybe 20 by 20 against one of the side walls of the room. And there are two things inside the things. There's hay on the floor. It's kind of dark where they are. They're kind of in the shadows, but you're pretty sure they're breathing. They seem very hairy, and they smell a great deal like barnyard sort of smell. You can hear them breathing. They've got a deep, heavy sort of breathing rhythm to them.
I am going to slowly raise my phone up and try and take a photo with a flash.
Okay. Your flash goes off to a luck roll.
That is a 10 under 55 for luck.
Very good. That's good. Your flash goes off, and the things are visibly startled by your flash. You also hear a man's voice coming from over towards the side, who's like, what was that? Like this. All of a sudden, these things rise up onto their feet. The only way I could describe them to you would be that they are goats, but they are huge goats, the size of small horses. And instead of, they're covered in black, heavy black fur, and they have horns on their heads, multiple ones, curving like this, some sticking out like this, but multiple horns on each of their heads. And when you look at them, they have two sets of eyes, one above the other, and they go that sort of bizarre goat noise. And a man comes around the corner. He's dressed as an officer, and you realize almost immediately that it is Rumpalagari, the steward that gave you the tickets And he's like, you're not supposed to be here. You need to leave. You guys can do sanity rolls.
I think it's time we get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a crit fail. That is a 000
Success.
crit fail.
Success.
I failed. 57 on 55.
If you failed 1d4,
Okay.
if you didn't fail, just take a point of damage. You're startled, but you're.
Can it be a D5?
What'd you get? 4?
No, I rolled a 000 crit fail.
Oh, I got to.
Oh, well, then you automatically get 4. You actually yell out when you see these things.
Oh, I'm sure. And that tracks because it's the image with the flash actually comes on my phone. So I get the clearest view of these horrible goat things.
Well,
I'm just
interestingly
debating if I
enough,
should keep taking photos of the guy.
when you took the photo, they were lying down. You really were taking a picture of their hairy backs. Now that they've stood up, they're terrifying looking.
So it's the perfect conspiracy theorist. No, these are goat demons.
You can see that they have fangs. They've got multiple large fangs, and the steward comes towards you and he's like, No, you can't be down here. You need to go back up. This is a storage area.
And we have our badges right here, pal. We can go whenever we want. And
I'm
also,
imagining their little stickers.
yeah.
He comes forward and he looks at your badges and he says, well, I understand you're doing an investigation, but there's nothing down here. There's just storage.
What in the blazes is that?
What is that? You can't just say to us that there's nothing here when those two things in that iron cage.
Those are the beauties. They're for the Hawaiian Zoo.
The zoo
Bullshit.
is lucky to get them. I'm sure they're exotic and valuable. And we were actually looking for a picture of blue Hawaiis. If you want us to bring you one, we'll do so. Great to see you again. Thanks. Get the fuck out of here, guys.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay.
All
All
right.
right, so
So
quickly up the stairs you go.
Yeah, we're like,
The bottom stairs are a little bit slippery. For some reason they're a bit wet as we turn around to start going back up the stairs.
Jesus, Derek.
I'm wearing swim shorts.
yeah. Okay. So my suspicion that we were set up for the breakfast with the captain is proven because he's part of it. So we need to button up and stick together until we get to Hawaii.
Are we
Can
Are we
you?
even heading to Hawaii?
I feel like we...
Derek, can you post that picture up online just in case?
There's a map that we can see from deck 12 in the bridge. Right?
Right. So,
Are
Robin,
we actually heading to Hawaii?
if you'll take Derek back to your cabin and make sure he gets cleaned up properly, you can meet me and Maddie on 12 and we'll see what we can. They can't have
Oh God!
1,200 people in a conspiracy, right? It can only be a handful of them. So most of the ship is not part of whatever those things are.
But oh man, are we the things? Are we the food to those things? I'm really freaked out.
How do these connect to the murder?
I don't know, but
But the symbol has Capric horns
Wait.
on it.
that's right.
That was one of the astrological associations I had. It looked goaty to me. And they even have a circle in a circle. It might have something to do with their eyes. But we are not going to survive the rest of the journey if we indicate that we recognize.
If he tells the
If
captain...
he tells, it's over. Right?
He didn't seem real bright, though.
He just
Or to understand that he might not even know there's an association. He's just some flunky. He does what he's told. And Why would he call those things beauties? I've never seen anything less beautiful.
Is that something from Jakarta?
I have no idea. We're gonna change Derek, and then
Yeah,
I'll see you on 12.
Come on, I'll dip in the pool. It's fine, I swear.
No,
like
that's-
I shouldn't. It.
I mean, the ratio of
Stephen, do you have medicine?
I do not have medicine. I have natural world,
Yeah,
That's the closest.
someone to it.
and I have psychology.
Do a psychology or a spot hidden.
So just very similar. Oh, I rolled an 8. All is clear.
It didn't quite register with you just now, but there was something wrong with the steward. Like his eyes were really bloodshot.
Right. He didn't just notice us when we walked in, even. He was
And
sort
the door
of
was loud.
right. Yeah, he's in a state as well. So I'm less worried about him narking on us than I am but giving ourselves away to the captain in some other fashion. And you're right, maybe this whole vessel is going somewhere else.
So, go ahead.
Go ahead.
This is totally a sane, rational thought after all of that, but we already established that they might have had some creme brulee torches in the back, and those bars have an awful lot of bottles of alcohol. If maybe we were to do something reckless before the captain could catch word, they seem to be just in a bit of a pit down in there.
I mean,
What the fuck those things were.
Those were heavy iron bars. We could certainly harm the specimens without endangering the whole ship, I guess.
Ugh.
The fire on a ship, it's risky.
Well, let's
Being
see.
on this ship feels risky right now. I'm willing
Yeah,
to
I
take my
know.
chances.
Right.
I want us
yeah.
off the ship before we put fire, and then we're also going to put people in danger.
So from the little viewing station on 12, there's that map of where we are in the Pacific,
Mhm.
our progress. We're more than halfway to Hawaii by now. Does my phone agree with that location? If I were to ping myself on a map, does the satellite think that I'm at the same place that the boat says it is on the little projection?
All right. Do you have GPS, I suppose, or whatever is on your phone that tells you where you are?
Yeah.
You you look at your phone and you're peeking through it at the on the level 12 and looking at their navigation maps and so forth. Oahu is at 21.5 north, 158 west. At this moment, you are nearly at 0 degrees north, 126 west, which puts you near the equator, which is not en route to Hawaii. You're in the middle of nowhere. According to your calculation, you're 1,200 miles from anything at this point.
Robin, I hate it when you're right.
Holy
sometimes.
fuck.
Oh, God.
We need a boat.
There's a lifeboat.
Yeah, let's get out of here. They have to figure it out for themselves.
There's lifeboats all over the ship, but you can't get to them. They're
All rigged. And besides, we could take all the bottles of Kahlua you wanted on the lifeboat with us, but we're not going to get picked up by anything because we're not on a route because they're not going to Hawaii.
And even then, what we won't even know if as you said, lifeboats are rigged. There's like no escape. Since we're in the middle of nowhere,
Do we have to take the ship?
Are we going to be pirates?
No, this is not.
This is insane.
I'm barely competent to drive across country. There are roads on the land. If the conspiracy is sufficient that we can be this far off course and no one the bridge is alarmed, then we don't have a chance of a mutiny. So I think that Derek's pulp idea, he is a man who publishes a pulp magazine, of endangering the precious cargo is our best bet. Because then we're going to find out who knows where we're going and why. And it's a hold in a metal bulkhead in the middle of a metal ship. We're not going to go up in flames. I'm sure there are sprinkler systems, but that might not keep the monsters alive.
If it's a closed area, what if perhaps sorry, I was having a little kill it with fire moment there. What if we did something like dropping a bucket of bleach and ammonia and shut the door behind it and just try to gas them out? I mean,
okay.
Gas them out?
So
just gas them while they're at the bottom and they're in this pen.
We've established that the officers and the captain, they're in on this because they would know where they're navigating. So we need to find out more their motive, just like the criminals we write about. We can search their rooms.
Yeah, it's just why us?
Why us? And do they expect, how many, there's 4,000 paying customers on this vessel that people expect to see in Hawaii soon, who aren't going to get there.
So we might not have a lot of time. I want to search their rooms, the captain's room.
Yeah. Do you want me to keep an eye out on security?
I say you get something to defend yourself, and then keep an eye out. Yeah.
Do we have any golf clubs lying around?
Yeah, there's golf clubs.
There's one in evidence.
There's at least a whole set that's only missing one.
All right. So
let's get a golf.
But yes, I want to sneak into the captain's room. So
Okay.
Meanwhile, I guess we're going to go someplace where the ocean sounds real loud to have this conversation. We're not doing it right above the bridge from N12.
Yeah, we're...
I think, Derek, your idea about bleach and ammonia is very attractive, except that we don't know there aren't any vertebrates with 4 eyes. Those things are... I don't know what would kill those things. I can't count on what a gas that kills a human killing those things. But fire is fire, and they have fur on them, and they've got hay under them. And you know what? The captain will not be in her cabin, in which Robin wants to explore, when the fire alarm goes off.
That's a good idea.
So I think that 2 of us should get ready to infiltrate the executive area of the ship, and 2 of us should go and try to put an end to Baba Black Sheep.
Well, who's good at what? Because my stealth ain't so pretty good.
I'm good at typing, and I still use an electric typewriter because I find word processors very cold.
Can I just stop by the brig? Is Alpha still in the cage?
Yes.
Are there any padlocks around?
No.
All right. Yeah, then I'm sneaking in.
Okay.
So wait, we're timing all this, right? We're making a plan. We're having dinner, and then 2 of us are gonna go and visit the.
I'd rather go
monsters.
now because we know they're in the bridge.
Right. I'm certainly thinking to try and hold some sort of cover because they do have security folks in that room, that I will be very vocal and say that I am like watching to make sure if people are going to be on their own, and keep an eye out for the next possible victim. In the meantime, trying to look out for Robin and make sure no one's in the hallway, and at least turning the camera off so that the other crew doesn't see.
All right, so you're gonna be in the security wing.
Yeah.
Robin's gonna do a sneak peek, and so Maddie, you and I are gonna go and visit the
Yeah.
zoo.
Yes, and with weapons or something, because the steward looks like a idiot, but we won't know for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, a blunt object, a piece is a good idea. And if we take all of the liquor from both of our mini bars and put it in one vessel, that's enough to start a good fire on straw.
Okay, let's start dumping our mini bars into the bag. Let's do this. Everyone on group chat. Let's
So where are we going to get a hold of fire? I had to leave my vape at home. Like, there's no heating elements in here.
I can actually do something with that. If I have an extension cord in my room and I can slice open the side of it, right? And when you plug that in, that's going to make a spark. I have.
So this is a non-smoking ship. There aren't disposable lighters that people are just leaving around.
Correct.
So
There's no
I can
smoking on the ship.
I can jury rig the extension cord I got for my CPAP machine.
And then how do I carry the fire down to the zoo?
Well, you just plug it in, and where the exposed wire is, just you leave it
He's
at the
suggesting you plug it in down in the hole.
Yeah,
Do you think that there are a lot of outlets in that storage area?
they must have outlets.
whatever happened to bringing a box of matches?
Well, we're not allowed there.
Yeah.
I mean, the extension cord thing is probably our best bet.
Would it
Unless
be,
you steal some burners from the kitchen.
if there are burners in the kitchen, we could filch, or making a very tiny rudimentary torch. I mean, just wrap a little fabric around a pencil or something, staunch that in alcohol, light that, carry it down real quick. But
Stephen, Maddie, and Derek do idea rolls.
That's good. 24 is hard at least.
Wait,
Yeah.
my second 000 quit fail.
regular. I got regular success.
I'm real frazzled.
Derek has become distracted by a picture of Kermit the Frog somewhere in the room. Stephen and Maddie, you do realize that you'll probably be captured on video starting the fire, and that you'll end up in jail for the next 200 years for endangering the lives of 4,000 people, 5,000 people, because you got to count the crew too.
Yeah. I'm also not super
We're going
convinced
to
that I have any chance of surviving, since we're headed out into the South Pacific, far away from any land mass. And there's sprinkler systems, but yeah, we will be. But maybe the fire will.
Is there any way I can turn off the cameras?
Spill a
I'd
giant
say you can.
Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
But then that also means I can't eagle-eye try to watch out for you.
It's
Just
a
spray
risk.
paint over the camera.
Or actually, for the crit fail, I might recommend, no, I can turn off the cameras for that whole floor.
He does have a strange look in his eye, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, we're all, the realization's hitting us really badly.
I cannot imagine how they're going to explain being thousands of miles off course if they actually intend to explain anything. And whatever is in that storage area isn't going to a zoo.
They're beauties.
Yeah, they don't need to explain anything if We're all dead.
That's right.
We're in the middle of the South Pacific. There is no landmass near us. We can't go to Papua New Guinea. We can't go to either New Zealand or all those other stuff. There's even those smaller islands in Micronesia. That's kind of close.
We're headed away from pretty much everything except the Pacific garbage gyre, I think.
Bora Bora is probably the closest thing to you, but we're still talking 1,200 miles.
Yeah.
Jesus. Surely there must be like a flare gun somewhere.
A little tiny flare gun.
Well, that can ignite stuff as well.
I mean, we have access to the kitchens. We can get the blowtorch. We can cut the middleman.
I can sneak in. I'm pretty good.
Or even matches. So the kitchen's going to have various kinds of fire starting.
If you want to start a fire, you'll find a way to start a fire.
Yeah.
Okay. We
Yeah.
got that.
We're like coordinating timing because we want to start the fire.
I need to see what's in the captain's room.
Right.
Okay.
And photograph it.
Okay.
So
we'll start with Robin then. Robin sneaks up there. Derek, you see him, but you're doing some sort of little trick where you're erasing the video and then playing back previous video so that it looks like there's nothing there, like they do in all the spy things.
Yeah.
And
I'm
because
happy to
nobody
roll,
ever imagines
computer.
that that's what you're going to do, nobody believes that's what's happening, and nobody knows. Robin, you get up there, you bypass a number of people because you've got that card on. Nobody asks any questions. You get into the private area. This is kind of on part of a conning tower. It's up high. They've got their own commanding view of the outside. It's very lovely. You get into the captain's cabin. It's very orderly. Everything is in its place. She has a number of potted plants in her room that are in full bloom. She's got some pictures on the wall of her and the other members of the crew together in the woods, mostly the same ones that you've seen on Facebook. But she also has something in the middle of her bed just lying there. It looks like a piece of green paper that's been rolled up, kind of scroll-like. And when you unfurl it, it says this.
Hymn to the birth giver, divine progenitor, womb of the land and sea, deliver us from the past, welcome us into the future. Like a fire, you cleanse the world, then rebuild with vitality. The flower of life works towards good, to the fulfillment of nature. Consuming fire, spring of speech, breath of knowledge, render us. Return us to the innocence that we have lost. Complete the cycle. Remind us that we are one with nature and the elements. We sing your children, Nug and Yeb and Ran Tigoth, who reawaken the material world. Earth Mother, pool of creation, black goat of the woods, with 1,000 young. Accept this, our grand sacrifice. Shemnigoroth. And it's got that symbol. I'm letting everyone know.
Took a picture of it, sent us.
Bad. Very bad.
Need to upload this online immediately.
I'm getting
Suddenly,
out of there.
prison doesn't seem like such a big
Actually,
word.
does she have any weapons in her room?
No.
Texting grand sacrifice sounds bad. Going
For
downstairs.
4,000 people sounds
Weird.
bad.
We are gonna be dinner. Sounds bad.
Okay, I think we might need to storm the bridge at some point. Oh, God.
Oh, I'm going to text Robin and say, take it.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
So what next?
I think that we were all on our way downstairs.
Yeah, make
Is there a fire axe?
That is a good question. I imagine there would be fire axes occasionally.
Then I'm grabbing it.
Is there a fire exit isn't behind glass?
What time is it at this point? I'm trying to think when you guys started your little.
We decided
Process.
not to wait until after dinner.
Okay.
People encouraged me to not wait until after dinner.
We are
So
We'll
acting.
say
5:30 maybe.
We don't know if the food we're eating is something like, contaminated or something. We're being prepped for food.
all right. We'll say that you guys are going to go downstairs. Okay. So we'll say it's 5:30 going on 6. Derek, you are once again watching. You notice that the goat things in the hold, you can't actually see them on the camera. They've been put around a corner and kind of behind and against the wall. So you don't know what's actually going on right where they are, but you can see the stairway coming down into the hold. So Stephen and Maddie, do a luck roll.
Oh, wow. That's a 1.
Nope, fail.
Okay, your 1 covers for her failure.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. I know you tripped and fell and broke my brains out.
Well, we'll say just for fun, as you are going into the tunnel, some joggers go by you so that you know you've got 4.5 minutes before the joggers come around again. Of course, once you're in the door, they won't know that's where you went. All right, you go in and you start down the door. You can hear and smell. The smell has gotten stronger. The goats seem to be moving around a bit. They're probably awake at this point. And about halfway down the stairs, you suddenly hear somebody call out, "Ah, God damn goats," like this. And you hear somebody moving towards the stairwell from below. What do you want to do?
Let's bum rush him.
Okay. I got my club ready.
So you're gonna have to go down the stairs a little bit. Still,
Yeah,
still
we're-
up there. All right. So as you come down the stairs, you see the same guy, the steward. He's walking towards the stairs and he's wrapped his hand kind of in his shirt. And you can see there's blood. And he's moving forward to the stairs. Of course, you guys are making noise because they're metal stairs. And
Right.
he looks up at you as you're coming down. You can see that sort of glazed over look in his eye. He doesn't seem alarmed that you're coming, but he's like, "Goddamn goats bit me."
Yeah, get to the medic. We'll take care of it.
All right. And he said, as he goes by you, he says, "They're prepped and ready."
Roger.
Yep. Thanks. We'll take care of it.
All right. So when you go down, you get to the bottom of the stairs and you go over. And he seems to have believed what you said. He's like going to go to the medic, glazed over. You step onto the floor and you move over towards where the goats are. The goats are hanging upside down by their 4 limbs, which are tied together. So they're hanging upside down with their thing. They're thrashing about a bit, and you can see they're gnashing. Obviously, he got too close as he was doing this, and they bit him. But they're on a kind of crane structure. Looks like, this being a hold, they can drop stuff down in from up above. There's like a door that would open, and they're hung on these chains.
Maddie, do you think that the goats are the sacrifice? I thought that we were going to be the sacrifice.
It's
I was counting on them doing anything they could to save these blasphemous creatures. But if they, I guess we will still be interrupting the sacrifice. Sacrifices, by definition, are things that are supposed to be done in a certain way. Let's not think too hard about this, but let's set this hay on fire and get the fuck out of here.
They're abominations. Let's do it. I'll take a quick picture of them before we.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Yeah. Picture, photography.
When your flash goes off, they have a reaction to it.
Okay.
They lurch to the side and they make that strange gick sound. And something begins to happen when you do that. They are black, but their fur suddenly begins to transform as you're looking at it. It becomes, you think it's becoming almost clear, but it's white. It turns white almost within 10 seconds.
They're prepped, Maddie. Let's.
That's fire. What's at fire?
I'd like you to do a spot hidden first.
Okay.
32 is regular.
That is hard. Hard
Okay.
success.
You don't know if they're just gross or that they've urinated on themselves or whatever, but they're kind of dripping with moisture at this point.
How does it smell?
It smells like old milk.
Still, yeah.
Oh, it did. I don't want that goat milk. Let's
It's awful, the smell.
Yeah.
let's go. Let's do.
Is there other hay in bales nearby for future feeding?
There's not, but there's a lot of it right underneath where they're hanging.
All right, then yeah. Smash that booze in, set the boozy hay on fire, and make for the exit before we can't breathe.
Yeah, like that's yeah.
All right, so do a luck roll.
Really shaking these dice.
Ooh, that is 3 over. That's no, that's 5 over. 59.
72.
No, my bad. No, I got a regular success. My bad. I'm looking at the wrong sheet.
So Maddie, you passed. Stephen, you didn't.
Correct.
All right. Maddie is a little bit farther away when you toss the flame into the alcohol. What neither one of you expects is that, alcohol kind of burns blue. This burns blue for a split second, and then something goes off almost like a bomb. They weren't dripping with sweat. They were doused in gasoline. And the two goats just burst into flame, and something somewhere is triggered, and the top of the ship, that right there, opens up, and the cranes lift them up out of the ship. There's also seemed to be something like a garrote rope or wire around them, so that as they go up, it cuts their throats, and the blood rains down into the hold where you are. But you're running for the stairs to go up. Meanwhile, these things have been hoisted up and out of the ship, and they're lighting up the sky. Everybody on the ship that's outside is suddenly like, what the fuck? You guys, I don't know if you should do sanity rolls, just to see if you like freak completely out. Robin and Derek, where are you at the moment? Robin?
Derek's watching all of this on screen.
I'm probably kicking down the bridge's door with the fire axe.
Okay, it's a metal door.
Oh, okay.
but you're going for it.
Yeah. I'll knock politely, and then when they open the door,
Derek, you notice that this all starting to go on. I would like you to do a spot hidden roll.
Okay. That is 18. I can burn 4 points of luck and make that an extreme success. Otherwise, it's just a hard.
Hard's good enough. So you're
Okay.
watching the monitor screens with these things being hoisted up, and they're sort of hoisted out of the hold and moved over towards the sides of the ship. They're in flames. The blood is raining down. It rains down on the people standing around at that moment. But out of the corner of your eye, on this other monitor over here, as you turn to look, you see Dr. Thompson unlocking Officer
Alpha's bridge.
Alpha's brig door, and you can sort of see her sort of thank him, and she walks out of the brig towards the deck. Robin, you start bashing against the door with
just a knock.
Okay, you just knock. Nothing happens.
All right. Can I climb over on the outside? Because they have a
On the outside of the bridge?
Yeah, didn't they have like a balcony?
No, you would
okay.
It's the front of the ship's like this, you'd slide
Okay.
in. However, those plexiglass windows in the other one.
Yeah, I'll go for those then.
All right. So as you are on deck 12 going for those windows and start to hit them, they all turn around and look. You can see that on the picture, on the navigation screens in front of them, they're looking at the back of the ship with the goats. And the captain turns and looks at you as you're smashing through the window, and she's like, "What are you doing to my ship? Stop that man." And some of the other officers turn around and start moving towards you. None of them have guns. And she says, "It started too soon, but hopefully it'll work this time." And she and Lena start walking over towards the door to leave the bridge. Meanwhile, the officers are coming at you, Robin. What do you want to do?
Are they in throwing range for my axe?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna use a throw to throw it at the captain.
Okay.
Just we'll see if this works. No, that's a 90.
Okay, yeah, and he got a 20. She got a 27. So your axe goes past her, and she's like, "That's not going to do you any good." And she and Lena leave the bridge. Meanwhile, Stephen and Maddie, you've come running back up the stairs and out the back of the ship. As you come out, there's pretty much chaos going on. There's people wondering what's going on. There's fire on the ship, fire like this. You can go up the stairs like to the deck above, which is the sports deck. There's blood splattered here and there. And you start to notice that there is a cloud formation appearing behind the ship that's starting to gather. But I'd like you to do spot hiddens.
Oh,
Regular success.
a 1.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
one. So we'll say then that Maddie, as you come out, you're looking up at these burning goats. Stephen, for some reason, as you come around to the railing, you look straight down into the water. And there is something in the water. At first, you're not sure. There's lights in the water, kind of blue-green lights. And then you sort of make out shapes like sharks. Only these sharks seem to have catfish-like whiskers, or are they tentacles sort of shaped things? And the glowing lights, are they like on the tips, like some sea creature that, except these things are enormous. They're like megalodon size sharks, and they're swimming around in the water and their fins are sticking up, and these strange noises are coming from them, like gurgling and splashing.
Would you say they seem to be responding to the flaming goat offal and blood?
Exactly. Yeah. They seem to be waiting for it to drop into the ocean.
Yeah.
Thunder sounds across the background as you're looking. And Maddie, you see these clouds gathering very swiftly.
From the deck that we went down to the hold, set the goats on fire that they wanted to set on fire, and then they were lifted out one deck more or less and moved over on some mechanical arm.
Well, the whole thing was about 14 decks high, so they were pulled all the way out.
Oh, they pulled way up to the top,
Yeah.
and then
Jeez.
Correct.
Oh god damn it. We triggered something they wanted.
Yeah, we just set their birthday candles a little early.
That might work to our advantage a little bit.
Would there be access to power
Did you
and
see
security?
that?
Wait, what? Oh, I was looking at the goats like, holy.
Yeah.
I guess lifeboats won't be.
No, probably not, Lex.
Yeah. We need to retract those arms mechanically. I wonder if we can figure out where that, because nobody on the bridge knew that we'd set them on fire. It was a mechanism that was in place. I wonder if there's a button somewhere.
Do we have time?
You have
Because
no
you
idea.
we pointed to that. Steven.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, you don't have time to, it could be anywhere for all you know. Derek, you're looking at the cameras, you're seeing all of this going on, and now you can see Elfa, Olaf's daughter. You can see her climbing up onto the conning tower. She seems to be making her way all the way to the top, the highest point possible on the ship for anyone to go. And after a few moments, you also see the captain and Lena, the first officer, Lena, also making their way in that direction. They haven't gotten there yet. Robin, what do? You probably escaped from. The officers don't really respond like. They don't know how to respond. They're kind of confused themselves as to what the hell's going on.
Oh, okay. Can I see if so? Is there any controls for like maybe these arms that are holding the goats in the bridge?
Not in the bridge.
All right. I'll take a piece of sharpened plexiglass, like as a shiv, but I will meet back up with Maddie.
You're gonna head upstairs. Okay.
Yeah, probably trying to follow the officers.
Yeah, I'll try and just call the others and tell them where the trio is headed. Is the murder weapon 9-iron kept in an evidence bag in security? Because if so, I will 100% grab that to arm myself on my way out.
Do a luck roll.
53 under 55. Glad I didn't burn any points.
All right. You find it. Yeah, sure.
I have no combat skill, but I feel better.
Yeah. Same.
So now, Robin, you're way at the front of the ship. Stephen, Maddie, Derek, Derek's probably near the front of the ship too. The other two, you're towards the back of the ship. We'll assume that you kind of meet in the middle on the main Lido deck. So you can see the burning things there. And you can see this weird conglomerate sort of cloud that's appearing in the sky. And you're starting to notice little flashes of lightning in this cloud. It's then that you all notice the captain and Lena and Olaf's daughter up on the top of this conning tower. And they raise their hands into the air, and you hear them suddenly calling something out because it's broadcast over the speakers. And it's that same thing that Robin's got in his pocket, divine progenitor, womb of the land and sea, on and on. They start chanting this, and just as they say, Iya, Iya, Yub Snub Shagurath, like this, a bolt of lightning hits the conning tower. You see it perhaps injures the captain and Lena, but it directly strikes Alpha, and she literally explodes when it hits her. And then all hell breaks loose. The sky becomes dark. This cloud begins to seem to open up. Strange appendages seem to be moving out of it. There seems to be a long black tower that's falling from this cloud, and it smashes into the water near the ship. And then another one comes out, and this one comes down right, not too far from where you are, right into the center of the ship. And is that goat's foot on the end of it, the size of sequoia tree. It's covered in black fur. This horrible, monstrous noise is going on. You can all do sanity rolls.
Pass.
Fail. 81.
Okay. If you fail, do a 1d6. If you didn't do a 1d4.
Another 4.
I passed, but oh boy.
Just one. Something like
It's 2.
You're not exactly sure what's going on. You're running for your life. People on board the ship are screaming. They're freaking out. They don't know what the hell is going on. People start running for the lifeboats. There's crew on there who also don't know what the hell's going on. So they're running for the lifeboats. But the whole ship is listing towards the side as this earth god is crashing through bits of the ship with her feet. And there's thunder and lightning, the whirlwind blast, the sound of an enormous goat that rings through the air. What do you guys want to do?
I don't think there's a way to stop this. I don't know if the
Derek.
lifeboats will be any help.
I think Derek is just going to somberly lower the bloody golf club and walk over to the nearest bar and start mixing everybody some drinks and just push them across the bar while all this chaos is going on in the background.
If we're gonna get a lifeboat, we want the last one because there's things down there waiting for us.
Yeah, there's no way unless we can make a SOS in the break. At least if we're gonna go down, at least there'll be a signal left before we all go down with the ship.
to vacation.
Cheers.
I'm gonna use it. Is any Wi-Fi left? I need to upload all of this on the internet. Boom, boom, boom.
Do a group luck roll.
That's me. I've got 39.
Okay.
81.
Your electronics no longer work because the interference from Shubnaguroth's presence is destroying them. Slowly, you can feel your mind inside just frying from the exposure to her glory. She continues to stomp and wheel about, and the ship at some point cracks in half, and you're screaming everywhere. It lists to the side, it rises up, and the whole thing begins to sink into the ocean. You can see some lifeboats get away, but they're just as easily picked up by long tentacles that wrap around them and crush them, and everything ends. And with these shark creature things in the ocean cleaning up the mess, eating up everyone else who gets away. And that's the end of our story.
What a vacation.
So short explanation is that the captain, the first mate, and the security were all priestesses of Shub-Niggurath, and that it had taken them years to get to the point where they had enough control where they could offer 5,000 sacrifices. Elfa Olafsdottir was struck by lightning and exploded. She didn't make it, but the captain and Lena did. They got on to life rafts and made it off the ship to do it another day to someone else.
Mission accomplished.
And that's really all there was to it. They didn't mind the fact, they didn't really plan on you being there, but once they realized you were there, they figured that working together they could keep you distracted enough to where you wouldn't be able to put two and two together. They didn't expect you to find the goats or to go.
Sadly, we found them too close to the right place.
Our players included Alex Sun, David Gassaway, Janelle Hipple, Lex Hurley, and with yours truly as the keeper of the secrets. Is that everybody? Yeah. We have a Discord server where you can chat with our other members. You can set up private games. You can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastery. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes. If you'd like to help support our show, please visit our Patreon account. Just $1 or $2 a month helps us a lot. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel and push the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answering any questions you might have. This is Thom Raley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good game.